Hello, everybody. Welcome to the October 23rd Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission meeting. To go over the rules of the meeting, I'm going to turn it over to Becky Pepper.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Becky Pepper, and I'm going to be helping to facilitate the Zoom video portion of this meeting. We will work alongside the chair to facilitate meeting proceedings. Before we begin, I do have a few housekeeping items for this hybrid meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you're not speaking. The chat function for this public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you're participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting, and when you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat to me. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And with that, I'll turn the meeting back over to the chair.
Thank you, Becky. Jeff, so starting our checklist, do we have any written communication from the public?
All communications that were received by the deadline were included as part of your package.
Thank you. Any written communications from staff, planning commissioners, or other commissioners?
None this evening.
Thank you. Any written action of waiver requests, determinations made by the city engineer?
Also none this evening.
Thank you. Any ex parte communications, disclosure, commissioners? No, not today. Any declaration of abstentions from today's items? Don't see anything. Okay, so now it's time for general public comment. Is there anybody either here in person or online that wants to talk about something not on tonight's agenda? Tonight we'll be talking about, we have 3 standard items, and then we have a land development code that we're going to be voting on. If it's something not involving those 4 items, please come and speak. Otherwise, we'll go on. Anybody online, Becky?
Stephen Watts did have his hand up, but he put that down, so he must not be general public comment.
Okay.
Stephen, raise your hand if it's general public comment. Sorry, so I'm not seeing anyone else online.
All right. So hearing that there is no public comment for things not on tonight's agenda, we're going to start going down our regular agenda. The first item, I think Sandy is presenting. Sandy, please, the floor is yours.
Sandy Day, Planning. This first item that you're being asked to consider is a rezoning, and I do not have a PowerPoint presentation. I will ask that you just go ahead and refer to your staff report. This is somewhat of a housekeeping request for the applicant. The proposed development application is for rezoning from the RSO, or Residential Office Zoning District, to RS10 District. And this is located on property that is on the southwest corner of Castle Drive and Peterson Road. The applicant's intent is to develop this particular property with residential lots. It had been zoned in 95 for this kind of residential office piece. It's been vacant and platted since that 95 timeframe. The preliminary plat will be a future item on this body's agenda. It's not quite ready for consideration this evening, so we are proceeding with just the zoning request. There's no development overlay with it. It's just straight zoning. There is no neighborhood or area plan with this, and the proposed change in zoning is intended to make the property a bit more feasible for development by setting it up to be subdivided into a series of residential lots. The applicant is here this evening, and I'm happy to answer any specific questions you may have.
Thank you, Sandy. Would the applicant like to add anything to that presentation?
Hi, Corby with Land Plan Engineering. Like Sandy said, it's a housekeeping matter, and here in the coming months, you'll see the plat, and you'll see some other zoning changes we're making, just kind of cleaning the entire block up. So this is simple, 3 lots.
Thank you. We'll come back to you if you have any questions. Thank you. Anybody in the public that would like to comment on this item? Becky, anybody online?
No, I'm not seeing anyone online.
Thank you, Becky. I'll bring it back to the commission. Do we have any questions for Sandy or the developer, the applicant? Anybody likes to start us off?
I don't think I do.
Okay.
Make a motion if.
If there are no questions, I'd like to, yeah, go ahead. Oh, you have a question?
I have a question, yeah.
Please, go ahead.
So I just wanted to check, since we are working on zoning requests, always kind of pique my interest at the moment because we're working on what the zones mean when we do the new land development code. And so this one just stuck out to me because we're talking about changing it to RS10, right, which would maybe end up being RS1 under R1
Yeah.
under the new code, and there's a lot of restrictions that would go with different types of zoning. So I'm just curious as to what the RSO, what's available in that versus what's available, like how would that transfer versus an RS10 transferring to an R1? And I'm not sure that I'm just kind of curious, and for general context of conversation, also when I'm thinking about other items that we're considering, if that makes sense.
Sure. The RSO district this property became RSO when the Land Development Code was adopted in 2006. And before that, it had this RO district under the 1966 code. And it was really thought to be a kind of mixed-use zoning district when it was originally approved in 95. Typically, the older RO zoning district and then the RSO zoning districts tended to be either an either-or kind of thing. We really did not see a lot of mixed use in that RSO component of it. People either preferred the residential option or the office option of that, and we don't really see too much mixed use. And so this property is kind of evident of that because it's not developed. There is conventional commercial office catty-corner to this property that has been approved for office development. There's 2 buildings on that property today. There's an office building, and then there's the Princeton Child Care. There's 2 more buildings that are approved on the site plan that have never been constructed on this. So the applicant is well aware that they are somewhat contracting the allowable uses. That is their intent, to be able to move forward with residential lots comparable to what we see in the Fall Creek Farm piece of that. So in the staff report, you see a little clip of their intent for the division of that property in the future.
So is there going to be RSO when we're talking about the new development,
There is
increase in density?
There's a different zoning district that does kind of more of that mixed use and more intentionally in the code you're being considered, but it really, the RSO district in the Land Development Code and prior to that really didn't achieve the kinds of things that had been envisioned for it. So I think you'll see a better application of that kind of mixed use in the new code than anything we've seen previously.
Okay, because I was just trying to, when I looked around it, it looked like there, the character of the current neighborhood and whatnot was a mix between some residential and some mixed uses. And so I was just trying to think about how the change in zoning would maybe go forward, or think about what changing the zoning means for density in that area and the character of the neighborhood in that area.
Yeah. So the character of the area, you can really kind of divide it into 4 quadrants. So that southwest corner, the Fall Creek Farm piece, is very classically large lot, detached residential development pattern. On the southeast, it is smaller lot. There's a mix of duplex and detached. The other corner, as I described, was office. And then on that northwest corner, that is a planned development, and you have quite a variety of residential types on that quadrant.
Thank you, Sandy.
Sure.
Thank you, Sandy. Any other questions?
Happy to make a motion.
Please do.
Move we approve the request to rezone Z-24-1010 from RSO Single Dwelling Residential District to RS10, located at 3701 Peterson Road, and based on the findings presented in the staff report, forwarding to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Can I get a vote? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Nay. Oops. Thank you. All right, item number 2, Sandy, thank you.
Kurt, are you advancing or am I?
I'm trying to get that. Okay, hold on. Okay, which one's yours?
That one.
And I'm sorry, it's not at the beginning. Let's get back to the beginning. Okay. There you go.
Thank you. Sandy Day Planning. So this next item is a lot of things. It is kind of an update to the remnant of that plan development. It is an institutional development plan. It's also a special use permit. So the property is located on the south side of East 25th Street, and it is just to the east of the Douglas County Jail facility. You looked at this region just last month. It is part of the Southeast Area Plan, and it is one of the public institutional types of uses, although the map in the Southeast Area Plan is not necessarily updated with that particular use. But this is where that property is located in relationship to other uses within the neighborhood. The proposed application is to continue as a temporary shelter, but to add 24 sleeping units with an office and also some restroom units within this, and then also to modify the occupancy of the facility from the current 125 occupants up to 173 occupants. The proposed pallet structures will be located within the paved area on the south side of the building. There is a little bit of infrastructure that would be extending electricity to the individual units and a water line extension to the restroom facilities on the south end. It's intended as kind of a self-contained piece of the shelter facility. We had looked at a development application for this property a couple of years ago, and it was, I think it was referred to as Phase 2 of the Monarch Village, where you have, again, kind of some self-contained individual or family occupancy occurring outside of the more traditional group housing unit. This is the area plan. This is the property that we were talking about. As I mentioned, this property has the old planned industrial district zoning. It's the only piece left on this south side. Everything else has been rezoned to a conventional kind of zoning in the code. The review criteria are on the screen as well as in your packets: compliance with the applicable provisions of the development code, compatible with the adjacent uses in terms of scale and site design operation, will not, in staff's opinion, it will not cause substantial diminution of value to the property surrounding it. There is adequate infrastructure to serve this property, and the continuing maintenance also requires the applicant to have a dedicated management plan, which we did receive and included in your packet, that will also kind of govern the behavior and activity of the use within the structure of the Lawrence Community Shelter. We don't anticipate any adverse impacts to the natural environment. We did identify in the review there are some missing street trees. We believe that those street trees can be planted, and the applicant revised the site plan to be able to show those additional trees. There's no time limit on this particular land use. It is something we continue to work with the applicant over time. There is other reporting that is required for this use that will ultimately go to the City Commission. Staff's recommendation is for approval, as mentioned in the staff report, and there are a couple of conditions. And this is really just kind of clarifying and making some notation on the site plan. I think the applicant was considering doing some of those, but we decided to wait and just to make sure if there were any specific conditions or notes, either this body or the City Commission wanted to add to that. And then there will be an exhibit that will need to be provided to show fire compliance. That's really kind of in the building code realm of things. So that condition is really just out there to make the applicant aware of that provision of compliance. So that's where that piece came from. I'm happy to answer any questions. I believe the applicant is here and online.
Thank you, Sandy. Would the applicant like to add anything to Sandy's presentation?
Good evening. I'm James Chisholm, the Executive Director for the Lawrence Community Shelter. Good evening, Commissioners. Allowing us to expand our occupancy from 125 to 173 gives us the ability to implement different programming structures and provide multiple choices for individuals that are unhoused. What we plan to do outside in the 24 pallets is to have up to 48 people involved, 2 per cabin, and that will be our night-by-night program. One of the problems with our night-by-night program now, it's all in one room. It's a congregate shelter, and for people that just come for 12 hours a night,
Right.
That's overwhelming. We believe that having 1 person or 2 people in a cabin will give a better experience for people to be amenable to come in to the shelter, because one of the biggest reasons that people say they don't want to come to the shelter is the space and the amount of people in one space. So we believe this is a way to offer multiple options to house individuals.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Kyle Kobe with PEC. I've got nothing to add in terms of the staff report. I think Sandy did a great job of explaining it. No issues with the conditions or anything that I've seen in it. So.
Thanks. We'll come back to you if you have any questions. Thank you. Any public comment on this item? Becky, online, is there anybody?
No, I'm not
No,
seeing anyone
okay.
online.
I'll bring it back to the commission for any questions.
I do.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Couple
Sorry.
of questions. I don't understand what it means when it says the facility is intended for single stay accommodation only. Is that the night-by-night program? I don't know I don't know, Sandy, if that's for you or?
The applicants can correct me if I misspeak here, but yes, as we understand it, the pallet units would be for those individuals that maybe just have a one-night stay. So they come, they stay, they check out, they go on their way, rather than being in the congregate living in the main building.
And so that's what the single stay accommodation is, meaning a single night?
That's our understanding of it.
Then, I have a related question, and that is if the occupancy moves up to 173, but we only have 1 individual in each of these additional units, does that bring the total occupancy down by 24?
No, it does not. Each of the cabins is capable of sleeping 2 people. So 2 people would stay in those cabins. That's where the increase is.
But if the cabins only have, or some of them only have 1 person in them on a given night instead of 2 people, does the occupancy then allow more people in the congregate facility if it's cold, or?
So the occupancy is kind of a separate piece of this. The applicant is requesting to have 175 total occupants, whether or not that's in the congregate, whether that's in Monarch, whether that's in the pallet, whatever that math works out on a given night, 173 would be the total number of people. So perhaps some of those people that started out just as an overnight stay maybe step into the programs and start working on some of those skills that they need to step back into housing. Maybe they move into one of the other types of housing. So one night there may be one person in that particular cabin unit. Sometimes there may be two. The maximum occupancy is going to be capped at 173.
Okay. Because the original number of occupants must have been based on something.
It was based on space per person, part of the fire code, and then it was also the number of bathroom facilities that you have. So the number of toilets per bed ratio is 1 per 15 beds. And so that was part of that metric in the original application.
Okay.
And that's what's in code.
And so that they have the right number of toilets if every space is filled up.
Yes.
But they can then have the main congregate space fill up with more people if the pallets are not filled up. And is that okay?
If that ratio stays correct, I haven't done a calculation for I know they're looking at doing some remodeling in the interior of the space of the main building, so that may allow them to sleep more people in the main facility.
Okay. And so somebody is working with them to make sure that everybody
That is all a calculation of the building code.
Okay. So if we approve this, then there isn't any building code except for the pallet, and they just get moved in, correct?
The components are the electrical permit, some of the siding, setback pieces of it. I think there's a plumbing permit that's associated with getting water to the other two pieces. Anything in the main facility building is fully subject to building codes.
Okay. All right, I just want to be sure that everybody that we're housing there on a temporary basis is safe and sound. And
That
we're
is
not
a
putting
key
too many-
consideration for city staff, and that is looked at by fire and our building code officials. So that is, life safety is paramount in all of our minds as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just so the commission knows, the Building Safety Division adopted a temporary shelter code to address such structures as part of the building code. So there are standards in the building code that they will use to measure that to make sure life safety is met with that code standard.
Great, thank you.
So, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is a new CUP, right?
This one will replace the previous ones.
Okay, all right, and as I look at it logically, the increase in occupancy seems connected to the addition of the pallets.
Yeah.
But as I listened to the gentleman talk about the increase in occupancy, it seemed that what they want is the flexibility to do things maybe differently than they do today. If there's a one-to-one connection between the pallets and the occupancy, then I'll probably want to make that clear. And if there's not, I think I want to make that clear also.
And I think that's something the applicant should address for you.
Okay. All right. Could I ask you, gentlemen, that question? So what I'm wondering, as you're coming up, what I'm wondering about is the language of this. To me, it seems like there's two things.
Right.
One is that we want to add 24 new pallet sleeping units, and the other is we want to increase the occupancy from 125 to 173. Logically, those two things seem like they're one-for-one connected, but I just want to make sure that that's in fact the case.
I'm not quite understanding the question, but let me add this for some context. I think the previous question was if there wasn't one person or two people in the unit, could that occupancy then go to the main shelter? No, we wouldn't have more than 125 in the main shelter in Monarch as the original special use permit states. The extra beds would account for the uptake to 173.
Okay.
So that's where the extra beds come in handy.
Gotcha.
But we wouldn't ever say we're not going to use the pallets and then increase the occupancy inside the building to 173. We wouldn't do that.
And I want to be clear, I'm fully supportive of
Right,
what you're
I
doing,
got it.
fully supportive. I just want to make sure that, that if we get down the road a little ways and all of a sudden, for whatever reason, the pallets don't work out and they're
Right, right.
removed, that there is some mechanism, and I'm looking now at Jeff and staff, that there's some mechanism within the city that says, okay, well, that capacity is gone, so how do we know that we're not exceeding the allowable occupancy of what remains?
Commissioner Rexroad, can I make a quick point? Key points on page 3. Existing capacity is restricted to a maximum sleeping to not exceed 125 individuals in the main building as it relates to ordinance number 9020. The only thing they can do is extend it to 140 during super cold weather. Each of the proposed 24 sleeping units can support 2 occupants. So what the language is stating to me is they aren't saying they can just shove more people in because we've expanded the capacity. They still have to follow the ordinances that have been put in place. What they can do now is sleep up to 2 people additional in each of those pallets.
I got that.
Okay, yeah.
I got that. So what you're saying, the answer to the question I'm asking Jeff is that ordinance 9020 is what governs the occupancy of the primary shelter.
That's how I'm reading it.
That would, as Sandy mentioned, that this would replace that as part of this process. But you're also still going to have the International Building Code occupancy standards that would be in play on the building, which are something that runs parallel alongside this. So the building code standards would still hold that occupancy at a safe standard for minimum life safety requirements.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? Just so I'm clear. Okay, so ordinance 9020 is in place right now, and that is the law. Can a CUP override an ordinance, or like, I just want to make sure that whatever we're drafting in the CUP is subject to the ordinance, or if you want it to be different, if it's even possible to put a condition in the CUP that would say this ordinance is still in place, or this ordinance is being expanded on purpose in this limited CUP. I wasn't even sure if that's a mechanism that one can do. If that, Sandy, you're shaking your head like you know the answer, maybe?
I do. I believe the way the ordinance will get written is that it will repeal the earlier ordinance and be replaced with the new ordinance for this occupancy.
Okay, so the ordinance will state this issue, that the occupancy is, for inside is one, there's a capacity for inside, and then there's the capacity for the shelters, the outside pallet.
I don't think that's how staff envisioned it would get written. It would be the occupancy for the temporary shelter is a number. If the commission, this commission recommends it to be a structure, we can do that.
I think that what you're planning is fine. I just was trying to think about it in my head. So the ordinance would be written something where the capacity for the inside would remain the same, and the temporary shelter is just the pallet portion is the temporary portion, right? And so the capacity would be tied to that temporary portion that's that is this extra part.
Well, it's that, but it's also the building code ordinances that are associated with that. Okay. So if you don't have enough facilities in the main building to support that other occupancy, it can't increase anyway. So if they make changes to the building, in theory, have more bathrooms, then could you have an increase in occupancy? Yes. But this maximum threshold is what we can't go above.
Gotcha. Great. So it's easier and cleaner to do it this way, because if changes were to be made inside, then there'd be a little bit more flexibility, because the building code would allow that to happen because the changes have been made.
It allows,
versus
yes.
putting it as a condition in the CUP, then they're very limited and can't change it, even if the building were to be able to hold it.
So just pick back up on where I was going. So the thing that I wonder about is, with naming pallets as the specific means by which expansion can occur, that limits the CUP in the future. If they decide that they're going to do something, provide that expansion in some other way, do they have to go back through a CUP process to change it?
Yes.
Yeah, it would be a different special use permit, just for clarity. It's not a conditional use like you see in the county. It's the city version, which is a special use permit on that one. And so the ordinance 9020 would repeal and the new ordinance would take effect, and that would govern the property going forward. So if there was a change needed or a modification to the site, then they would have to come forward with another special use permit to make sure that is all in meeting those code standards.
And I'm just thinking about trying to get stuff out of their way. So does 9020 specifically call out pallet shelters?
9020 is the ordinance that approved the last special use permit for LCS to operate there. So what this one would do is it would replace 9020, allowing the temporary shelter to go forward. And just out of clarity here, the temporary shelter is the Lawrence Community Shelter, not specifically
All
the
right.
pallets, because it's the property as a whole is a temporary shelter in the code.
So would there be a problem with just removing the verbiage that says permitting 24 new pallet sleeping units and just increase the occupancy?
So part of what you're looking at is the site plan component of the special use permit, which shows the addition of structure to this property. So you're looking at the site plan component, which is adding the additional units, and this occupancy piece.
All right, I'll stop. I'm just thinking about the things that might get in their way down the road. They're trying to pivot on something they don't know about, and it's 30 below zero. And all of a sudden, they're bumping up against, the number 24 and new in this. And I just wanted to try to give them some room to move. But
Yep.
I'll stop.
One question, Sandy. When you say 2 per unit, is there some privacy between, for 2 people, or is it? Do they share the space?
I had an opportunity to tour the existing pallet community, and the cabin itself, if they're the same as the ones I saw, the bed platform can fold up against the wall, or it can fold down. So you don't have a partition.
Okay.
Because you would lose square foot in there. So it's a pretty efficient, compact space.
Okay.
For sure.
Got it. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? If not, entertain a motion.
Happy to make one unless somebody else wants to go. Move we approve special use permit UP 24-1009 for expansion of a temporary shelter use to include 24 pallet sleeping units and an office unit, and to increase the occupancy from 125 people to 173 people, based on the findings of fact, and forwarding the item to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second.
Jeff, I may have messed up here. I didn't ask for public comment. Is there anybody? I'm sorry, we've got a motion already, but is there anybody in the public that has any questions about this item? Either online or no? Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay.
Thanks for catching that, though.
Yeah. Okay. Any discussion before we vote?
I would just like to say I'm excited about this. This is a great project. It's a great use of the resources that we currently have to put the pallets that we have in place. And I'm excited, especially hearing about the flexibility that this will allow for different types of housing and accommodating individuals for their individual needs. So I just think this is great.
And I second that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. All right. So that brings us to item 3. And Becky, is it Elizabeth and Gabby, or is it Elizabeth tonight? Elizabeth?
They're both online, but
They're both online,
Elizabeth's
okay.
going to be providing the presentation.
Okay, so I'll just kind of introduce this item a little bit, and then I'll turn it over to Elizabeth. We've been working on this land development code. When I say we, the steering committee, the planning commission has had a few meetings. We've had, I think, about 40 meetings, Jeff, up to this point, give or take?
Probably. I've lost count a little while ago, but there's been quite a few.
Quite a few. And it's taken a couple of years, and we're here today to try to get it adopted, or at least have a vote on it. I know that commissioners have questions, and we're going to try to get all the questions, as many as possible, if not all of them, answered. So Please be patient with us, commissioners, as well as the public. We'll try to have every concern get addressed. My plan is to have a vote up or down tonight. But let's see how the night unfolds. With all that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chair and commission members. I have an amended version of the presentation that we made to the City Commission last week, and I'm going to go through it fairly quickly. I think you guys have seen and heard most of this multiple times, but if there's something that you want to hear again later, just let me know and we can back up to that slide. So I'm going to share screen. All right, let me set this up so I can see everybody. Okay. All right. So Land Development Code update, and we can count up meetings in a minute here because we do have some totals for everybody. We are here. We are at the end of October in this extended adoption review process, and the project did start a couple of years ago. We have all been working really hard to get a new land development code drafted for the city. Project has 4 basic goals. So identify opportunities to meet the city's goals that are reflected in Plan 2040 and other applicable plans, to create more predictable development outcomes, to simplify and streamline the development procedures, and to make the code generally more user-friendly. Oops. And we have done a number of meetings. We've got these broken down by the group that's done the meeting. So steering committee has had 17 meetings across the course of the project. And you can see here what the topics were. All of the meetings were open to the public, and they included a virtual option. We did 45 plus scheduled meetings for community engagement across the community. You can see some of these dates. We did multiple meeting times. Just about every round of community outreach that we did, or community engagement that we did, was followed by follow-up calls, informal calls, and meetings. So that's why we've tracked this at 45 plus. We tried to make sure that we were available to anyone that wanted to ask questions about the project. Planning Commission started talking about the code with the code assessment back in January of 2023. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 regular meetings to talk about it. And then we've had our add-on process of meetings. So we've had a total of 18 meetings with the Planning Commission. They've all been open to the public. And then through the online commenting process and the meeting in a box process, we've received more than 800 additional written comments about the project through the different phases of drafting and through the responses sent into meeting in a box. So we have heard from people that want to weigh in. And then you all are aware that we've had a significant amount of public input over the Planning Commission meetings that we've held for the last few months. So where we started, to establish a framework for the code update and identify preliminary issues and regulatory approaches. This is all in the code assessment early in the project. You'll remember that we had 3 key topics that we wanted to cover that thread throughout the code: affordable housing, equity, and sustainability. So without going into great detail, because we've heard most of this, the Land Development Code is set up to take important goals and policies from the strategic plan and from Plan 2040, from the pedestrian plan, from the bicycle plan, and bring those into the regulations to create standards that will predictably allow the city to follow the goals and strategies that you've set for yourselves, right? So we've worked in the code to make sure that we are doing our best at a really high level to implement the plans that the city has put in place. So in the strategic plan, we had a set of goals, all of which are reflected through the new land development code. Same with Plan 2040. We don't have slides on this, but we also have the pedestrian plan in there, the transportation plan in there, the bike plan in there. It's probably not the end of it. There are probably other plans in there, but those are some of the big ones. So what we're doing is making sure that we take city policy and reflect it in city regulations. So changes that we've made, just to remind everybody, we've taken a lot of time over the last few months to discuss some really down in the weeds important details. There's a lot of other good work going on in this code that is a reflection of what everyone in the community has brought to the process. So overall, the code allows more types of housing to be built in more locations, and it shifts the community from minimum off-street parking to maximum parking requirements at the moment, and you guys have recommended some changes to that. We took a look at dimensional standards and made adjustments. We took a look at lot sizes and made some consolidations, all of which to get to a place of both affordable housing that is affordable to low-income residents, but more housing within the city that is affordable to a wider range of residents to help keep Lawrence vibrant and to keep the middle sectors of the economic scale, the people who hit those sectors, able to live in the community. We also focused on equity, if you'll remember. So we looked at reducing site design standards that limit or prohibit redevelopment or reinvestment. And we looked at expanding locations for mixed-use development, which allows more housing, which we just talked about, and more opportunities for local business startups. So we kind of looked across the code and said, where do we want to make sure that our decisions have equitability baked into them? And then finally, we spent a great deal of time talking about sustainability, made some changes to allow a cluster development option to conserve environmentally sensitive areas. We've worked closely with MSO to update the stormwater management requirements. And we have an open conversation kind of going on with steering committee, and planning commission recommended some changes about landscaping and water. So big changes that reflect Lawrence's priorities. So I'm going to just kind of skip through. We made updates to the zoning districts and uses, particularly focused on density and use combinations to help the city see more mixed-use development. In the development standards, we added standards that are specific to infill and redevelopment, where we've tried to balance what you need in a neighborhood to protect what's going on in the neighborhood while still allowing that redevelopment to take place. We incorporated the community design manual, and we incorporated the bike and pedestrian plans. In administration and procedures, we've done some cleanup, and I think actually I have a dated table here. We made some changes on this because it had a mistake in it, but we want people who use the code to be able to figure out at a fairly general level what the activities are that they'll have to participate in to have their development approved. And we wanted to make it clear to everybody have those steps fall in order in the processes. I also made the code more user-friendly. It has more graphics in it. It has more tables in it. It has more ways to have a conversation about development than trying to wade through all of the words. So we're trying to balance out how people think about development and then also set shared expectations so that when staff has a conversation with an applicant, both of them can see what the development might be in a similar fashion. So we've had 10 discussion topics that we've been circling and talking through and resolving. And I will go through all of these and then let you decide what you want to come back to. We rolled these changes into the updated draft that was included in your, added to your agenda, I believe on Monday evening, so you can see what the language looks like when it's in the code. So I think that Planning Commission has completed its revisions to the occupancy section, and those are reflected here. This was conversation, I believe, at the last meeting. Also, I believe Planning Commission has completed their edits to the residential density exceptions. So both of those will go back to steering committee to see if they have any comment that they want to make in their report to City Commission. But these are the changes that are reflected in the draft from October 21st. Planning Commission had a discussion about whether or not to put limits on the future use of R1 zoning or eliminate the R1 district altogether. And the consensus was to not make the change, to leave R1 in there, and it is in the updated draft of the code. Both Planning Commission and Steering Committee discussed the resident occupancy requirement and the density count for ADUs. Planning Commission decided to leave the occupancy standard alone. Steering Committee has not discussed that issue. And then both Planning Commission and Steering Committee agree as to how to count ADUs for a density calculation. And you will see the no change to the occupancy section and the change to the density count in the draft from Monday. In the stormwater category, this one comes in from MSO. So Planning Commission had a discussion about requiring stormwater management in all new parking lots and parking lots that are redeveloped. So that's demolition and rebuild. And in working through the stormwater section, MSO has added and edited language about using the Mid-America Regional Council, APWA regional stormwater criteria. And so this criteria should be able to address the concern that stormwater management takes place in all of the appropriate places. It's a more all-encompassing approach to requiring stormwater management. And so by incorporating that set of standards, it will have the appropriate thresholds in it for when a parking lot is big enough to require some sort of best management practice to mitigate the impacts of stormwater. Planning Commission also had a detailed discussion about the inclusion of both natural and constructed drainage paths. You may remember that the first round of this only spoke to natural drainage paths, and Planning Commission concern was, what does that mean for something that's in place that has been constructed? And so MSO reviewed the language one more time, and we were instructed to remove the word natural. It didn't have the clarity that we needed for a regulatory process. So you'll see that language has been changed in the draft from Monday, and now the regulations apply to existing drainage paths and stream corridors. So trying to capture everything that's out there, that's existing, that is regulatable, and move away from something that might be a little more ephemeral or hard to grasp and regulate. In the landscaping and buffering section, you had a discussion about the Sustainability Advisory Board's request for changes to noxious weeds to update those regulations and to require minimum natural landscaping materials. Mr. Crick informed you that the International Property Maintenance Code is going to be updated and that will handle the noxious weeds. And you instructed us to edit Article 14 to allow mixed use and non-residential development to eliminate the requirement to provide irrigation if they're landscaped with drought-tolerant plant materials. So those changes are made in the current draft. Steering Committee hasn't weighed in with their preference on that, so that'll come out of their meeting tomorrow. Following up, back to parking. So in existing neighborhoods, which are defined as areas where the general pattern of residential development, including streets, lots, and buildings, was established at least 10 years prior to the effective date, the parking requirement will be 1 parking space per dwelling unit. You also had some side conversations about how the assisted living, and then following that, the fraternity sorority parking definitions weren't really in line with where we were going with the 1 per DU. So later on in this slide, in this presentation, we have made some recommended changes to that to make it align with a lower minimum parking requirement, but still reflect the fact that assisted living and congregate living have a slightly different setup than the attached and detached residential uses. So that went into the draft. This change, this was as drafted, stayed in there. And then next slide, Planning Commission also instructed us to eliminate the maximum parking limit for residential development. So on the previous slide, there was discussion about adding and cannot, and it says and cannot exceed the maximum parking requirement, so that was taken out, and then the maximum parking requirement for those residential uses was taken out. We had a discussion going about appeals to administrative site plan decision, and it was wrapped in with a discussion about notice of building permit applications. We had a conversation clarifying that those two things are not related, and that notice is currently provided for applications that go through site plan review. And so the Planning Commission decided to make no change on this one, so you won't see changes in the code related to this. So we, as staff and the consultant team, have reviewed this, have a couple more changes to recommend for your consideration. When we pulled forward the language about 2 detached dwellings on a single lot, currently those dwellings have to be permanently affordable. And we've taken that restriction out, but there was request from the public and there was request from the staff to put that back in. So we're making a recommendation that that particular development's alternative to detached dwellings on a single lot be limited to permanently affordable units as defined by the city. And then there are some parking requirements in there that are more onerous than any of the other parking requirements we have. So we recommend amending the parking section related to those 2 detached units, which could be permanently affordable, just to say that parking will be provided on the lot convenient to each principal building. Second edit that we're recommending that's not in the draft, all the rest of them are in the draft, is reincorporating current section 20-5095, which relates to alcoholic beverage uses in the downtown district. So this is the current licensed premises requirement. And we want to take out the licensed premises language and just refer to uses that derive income from the sale of alcoholic beverages. And so this will be applicable only in the CD, the downtown commercial district. So edits to remove licensed premises and replace that with uses. So then there are a few changes if you had a chance to go through the October 21st version. We have recommended deleting the master plan development. It doesn't provide much that anyone could do that they can't do within the base zoning districts. And it puts the city in the position of approving a plan development, which is challenging, if not impossible, to undo over time. So we're recommending limiting the plan developments to the 4 types that are in there: the sustainable, the affordable housing, the historic, and the mix of the 3 of those. Our second recommendation goes back to a conversation that we've had with with Planning Commission, I had with Steering Committee about sidewalk infill. In the draft, you'll see language in there that says when someone is doing an infill or redevelopment project, where sidewalks currently exist at the site or where they exist within 150 feet of the site, that development has to provide sidewalks. The goal is to get to connected sidewalks, but set a reasonable distance at which we think those sidewalks might get connected over some point in time. Also, based on conversations at Planning Commission and Steering Committee level and from the public, we added criteria for a sidewalk waiver. And so a sidewalk requirement under the draft that we've provided can be waived when future connections to the subject property aren't reasonably foreseeable based on surrounding development patterns. So we look at what's going on around it and anticipate whether or not there will be development or redevelopment that might fill in those sidewalks. If not, it is not necessarily beneficial to require disconnected pieces of sidewalk. And then secondly, in residential districts with an average lot size of 1 acre or larger, that could be a criteria for sidewalk waiver. A few additional edits. The code has a few places where the criteria for compliance is to the maximum extent practicable. I think we've touched on this. And we went back in and added the 3 criteria that we typically use, and these come from environmental law where a maximum extent practicable is used. So in making a determination that something meets this requirement, we look at whether or not a feasible or prudent alternative exists. All possible efforts to comply with the requirement or minimize potential harmful or adverse impacts have been undertaken, and the cost of fully complying with the requirement outweighs the benefits to the public of complying with the standard or criteria. So this allows a site-by-site determination just for a small number of requirements that are done to the maximum extent practicable. So this is not really generally applicable. It only comes up in a few places in the code, and when it does, these are the criteria that apply to it. So that's it, and we can come back to all of these. Finally, our next steps tentatively are, this is the final Planning Commission review hearing. We will have the final Steering Committee meeting tomorrow night. City Commission is slated for November 12th first reading, and we anticipate the effective date of the new code would be April 1st of 2025. Following adoption, so that would be City Commission adoption, there will be some more cleanup in the code. Any substantive changes that you recommend and the Commission approves will go in there, as well as our continuing cleanup on typos and terminology and cross-references. And then we recommend a first round of edits in the first 6 months or so after everyone has had a chance to live with the code, read the code, and come up with changes that need to be made. So that is our whole presentation. I will stop sharing and follow where you all want to go next.
Thanks, Elizabeth. I'm gonna just sort of poll the commission. So I'm sure you guys have questions. Would you be okay waiting till we have the public comment, or are your questions so pressing that they're short and we can just get a quick? Is it okay if we do public comment first? You guys okay with that?
Please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to open the floor for public comment on the Land Development Code. Each person has 3 minutes. Please tell us your name and state your concern or issue. And please go ahead. You have 3 minutes each.
Before I begin, I have a visual presentation. Can I have that pulled up?
Kurt, do you have that, Kurt?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And allow me a moment to make sure it works.
Sure.
Before
And just please introduce yourself. And
yes, I will.
thank you.
One second.
Hold on. Try that.
I can see it.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Samuel Carter, and I ask that at the conclusion of public comment, One of you, as the first order of business, moved to strike all minimum parking requirements from the draft development code, specifically these sections. There are 3 reasons to do this. 1, it's great for housing. 2, it's great for jobs. And 3, the best time to do it is now. I've spoken before about housing. This motion, if passed, will boost the supply of affordable housing in Lawrence. It will also advance equity in housing. 30% of Kansans do not drive. I would offer that we should not force people to pay for parking they will not use. Parking mandates increase their housing costs. But passing my motion supports all types of housing. The Director of City Planning of Minneapolis has said no single legislative action did more to contribute to housing creation than the elimination of parking minimums. This housing creation is great for the local economy. It supports local businesses and makes for welcoming neighborhoods. Let's talk about ending parking requirements for commercial uses in residential districts. Passing my motion would create new neighborhood jobs. This is a neighborhood coffee shop with no off-street parking. This business thrives because it has no off-street parking and can support more customers. It's also a form of historic preservation. This type of development creates new jobs, helps people form new relationships, and strengthens the community. In Lawrence, we've had parking mandates for nearly 75 years, but you can still find remnants of a more walkable past. This building used to house the Merc. But if you wanted to make it a grocery store today, you probably couldn't do so because the lot size isn't big enough to hold the parking required for commercial uses in residential districts. Finally, on ADUs, if I want to build an ADU to house my aging parents who do not drive, my right to do so should not hinge on what type of street I live on and whether I build my house first. So why now? I'd offer 3 reasons. 1, this motion, if passed, will create new housing and new jobs. 2, we've never had a vote on this. Reading the overarching goals of the LDC update, the update was made for this, and we've never had a vote on it. 3, voting on this now will hopefully make press, and which can bring other voices to the table. Recall that 30% of Kansans do not drive. This includes the very young, the very old, people who are disabled, people who cannot afford to drive. Parking mandates affect these people the most. They have to pay the pass-through costs for parking even though they don't drive. And while they are not driving, they're the most vulnerable to traffic danger. They're also historically the least represented in the land use and transportation decisions that affect them the most. Voting on this motion now gives everyone one more bite in the apple. As a community, let's have the debate. Let's bring other voices. And I don't belong to the group of Kansans who don't drive, but my daughters do. Will they be able to live in a Lawrence that has abundant housing, good jobs, and freedom to travel safely in ways that do not contribute to climate change? I would offer that you have the choice to advance that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
In the $600,000 to $700,000 range. This process has been a code writing process, not a code review process. The final draft for the approval only came out at 5 p.m. on Monday, which was after public comment closed. The unresolved concerns from this body are significant and plentiful, as evidenced in the City Commission study session packet. You have expressed that it has been difficult to review the whole code under this timeline. Neighborhood advocates have had to not only navigate a complex code, they have also had to navigate a process that was generally closed to public input. One-on-one discussions is the only way to access complete info, as staff, committee, and planning commissions are all reluctant to or unable to put anything in writing. We learned something new today that kind of has a significant impact from a one-on-one discussion. This is a tedious document that still has errors. We should not adopt a half-baked code with good intentions to address problems through amendments as they arise. We want you to stop the clock. Do not project the date for City Commission adoption, as we don't know how long it will take to truly work through all of those pending items. Once all of us are comfortable with the document, the public's questions are answered, and the City Commission has had an adequate study session, that's when we should set an adoption date. And Senator Francisco asked me to add that the Land Development Code should allow for the adoption to apply for all of us as equally as possible. If some neighborhoods are not being asked to allow for additional density, all of the zoning districts should accommodate residential, that additional density, including the R1 category. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Michael Allman in 66044. This past Monday at 6:02 p.m., the so-called red line draft of the Land Development Code hit your inbox. It includes recommended edits from the Planning Commission, but also those improperly recommended by the Steering Committee. This is in violation of the enabling legislation KSA 12757 that requires that it be the Planning Commission that makes a recommendation to the City Commission. The Steering Committee's role is only to forward the Land Development Code to the Planning Commission, as stated in Jeff Crick's 15 March 2024 memo. Tonight's meeting cannot be a valid public hearing for the red line draft because, as distinct from the adoption review draft, it was added after tonight's agenda was posted on 15 October and after Monday's 10 a.m. deadline for written public comment. Therefore, as I proposed last week to the City Commission and to you in writing, I propose that the review process be extended by 2 years. Not only is the existence of 2 versions of the LDC confusing enough, we've had only 48 hours to scan its 446 pages for changes made over the last 3 months. While the changes show deletions and additions, what we can only guess at are what are not there. Numerous suggested topics or alternative solutions that have yet to be discussed, or that Clarion claimed were rejected by the Steering Committee. Keep in mind, the Steering Committee has never, as a body, decided on, agreed to, or voted on anything, ever. It's merely the strongest voices in the room that have prevailed. Beyond the flawed review process, there are substantive topics inadequately vetted. In-depth review of use groups, a consolidated appeals section that is citizen-friendly, scale-appropriate commercial in all residential zones, a maximum lot size in R1 zone, lot consolidation, environmentally sensitive lands, occupancy, person, bedroom, dwelling, parking, enforcement, better annexation policies, solar requirements, natural landscaping option, and missing definitions. Clearly, the community needs much more time. If Clarion's contract is up, then the Steering Committee can proceed just like the Plan 2040 Steering Committee operated in conjunction with planning staff alone. Please extend the process for 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rora Young, and I live in the University Place neighborhood. My first thoughts on hearing about the proposal to rezone Oliver Lawrence to allow for more housing was one of concern for my immediate neighborhood. I love to walk my dog through my neighborhood, chatting with others, waving to people I know. It's a community time for me. However, even when my dog was young and able, we would avoid the Oriad neighborhood. We couldn't walk there. There was broken glass on the sidewalks caused by student parties, and it was not a welcoming environment to me. So I am concerned that the rezoning could change my current neighborhood into another Oriad neighborhood, a place for students and not a place for people looking for a permanent home. So I'm going to look at the larger picture and not my immediate concerns right now. Isn't this desire to change the code about helping people find homes? I understand that enrollment at the university is at an all-time high. It was difficult for students to find houses, places to rent, but there are options for that. I believe that the university has plenty of land on West Campus and is planning to build places for students, and I fully support any development for student living facilities in all areas currently zoned for such development. However, in changing the city code to create denser neighborhoods, essentially you're creating more student areas throughout the city. And then the city loses family neighborhoods. These pockets of neighborhoods that we all live in, that creates community. Has a study been done on how creating denser neighborhoods filled with students affect the larger community of permanent residents? And these potential new denser neighborhoods, will they even be affordable for young families looking for homes? That's what our intent is. I believe that's what the city's intent is on this, but I'm afraid that they will become priced by room, designed for students intending to rent as a group, as it currently is being done in the Oriad neighborhood. So please take more time to fully consider the impact of this code on our core neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Young. I also live in the UP&A neighborhood. I, like others that have already spoken, encourage the city to take more time to slow this process down to allow us as residents of the city to fully understand the potential impact of this revised code on us and for city officials to do the same. I'm particularly concerned about the allowance for the accessory dwelling units and its impact on neighborhoods, in particular on 4 different factors that I'll speak to. The first one is on first-time home ownership. I've got 3 adult kids. I see that for them it's going to be much more difficult to buy their first home than it was for us 30 years ago. And I don't see the ADU provision in the code helping that situation. I see it hurting it. I see that provision really benefiting renters, both landlords and student renters. So I would encourage the city to consider the impact of ADUs on first-time homeownership and making that more accessible to residents of Lawrence. The second point I want to make is the impact of student rentals on the quality of a neighborhood. Quality of a neighborhood that was originally intended to be a single-family residence neighborhood. We've seen an increase in student rentals in our neighborhood already. That leads to more noise, the glass on the sidewalks, the ping pong tables in the front yard. I grew up at 1606 Tennessee. My family moved there so that my dad could walk to work at the university, so that we could walk to school at Cordley. We left when I was in 3rd grade because of what that neighborhood was becoming. It was becoming a neighborhood of apartments that had formerly been single-family homes. Item number 3, I understand that, no, that's number 4. Number 3, the other related to the first, item number 2, is that the city has not found a viable way to enforce the number of unrelated occupants in a home. And I don't think that the city should move forward with code that will increase the number of beds per lot through the use of accessory dwelling units without finding a way to reasonably enforce the limit and enforce the number of unrelated residents on a lot. Item number 4 is parking. There's been some discussion about parking on the lot. I want to talk about street side parking. Our neighborhood is a parking lot for the university and for the high school between 7:30 and 5, Monday through Friday. It's extremely difficult for us to have guests during the week. It's very difficult for us to have contractors come if we want to have the house painted or if we want to have repair work done. It's difficult for us to coordinate that because of the lack of street side parking, because of how crowded the neighborhood is. Allowing more units, dwelling units in the neighborhood will exacerbate that problem, and it is a real problem already. The last thing I want to say is that I understand that the city's goal is to create more affordable housing and more equity. The first agenda item on tonight's agenda, you had an opportunity to demonstrate that. There was a movement to rezone from a mixed use.
So you're over your 3 minutes, sir, please.
I appreciate your time.
Good evening. My name is Tim Hamilton, Lawrence, Kansas. I am a professor of economics, and I've been a professor of economics now for, about 30 years. and I'm also an economist, and I wanted to push back on this idea that we are all assuming here that if there is more housing built, that will automatically translate into affordable housing. It goes back to Econ 101, right? If there's 5 sellers of apples at farmer's market, 2 new sellers come in, obviously the price of apples goes down. If 3 new Mexican restaurants come into a small community, the price of tamales goes down. So doesn't it make sense that if you build more housing, that the price of housing will go down? That is true if it is a perfect market, if we have a perfectly competitive market. And I would argue vehemently that that is not the case in real estate, particularly in the old neighborhoods in Lawrence. You have imperfect markets. We have a very inelastic supply, which means it's a very finite amount, or as the old saying is, they ain't making any more land. And we have a very, very elastic demand. And what that means is when you increase the supply, price really doesn't change that much. Let me give you an example that we all might relate to, Super Bowl. So let's say there's a stadium that has 50,000 seats, but there's 100,000 people on the waiting list to get tickets to go to the Super Bowl, and the tickets are going for $2,000 a piece, okay? 50,000 seat stadium, 100,000 people on the waiting list, tickets are going for $2,000 a piece. If somehow, some way, Hard Rock Stadium or one of those stadiums could somehow force in new bleachers and there's 10,000 new seats, 10,000 new seats, are those ticket prices going to go down? The answer is no, because you have this massive waiting list that's not going to really matter. Yeah, those 10,000 people get to watch the game, but the price didn't go down. And the underlying goal originally, at the very beginning of the first presentation of the slide, was more affordable housing. And in the old neighborhoods, the only way that's going to happen, just like in the football stadium, the only way you could really get those ticket prices down is you'd have to like build massive bleachers, 100,000 stadium over a stadium. Then you would get the effective result. And that's what you'd have to do here. You'd have to have massive density in order to get the housing prices to drop, which means let's put 100 new houses in Old West Lawrence, 100 in Oriat, 100 in University Place, 100 in University Heights. So you have 400 new houses. Is that really going to knock rents down? It's probably not. But what you ought to do, and I...
Sir, you're over 3 minutes, so if you could wrap it up.
I will. What you ought to consider doing is an economic study of that issue in the old neighborhoods before you go forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Barry Shalinsky. I live at 645 Connecticut Street in a home that's on the National Register. I was at the first series of meetings with the consultants at the Riverfront Mall conference room. And at that meeting, I said that development standards for development in the built environment in existing neighborhoods, especially historic ones, should be treated differently than development in the greenfield. The last iteration of this draft, with a preponderance of R2 zoning across the whole city, a reduction in parking, and the elimination of single-family zoning, does the exact opposite. Design standards are squishy at best and left to the discretion of staff with no oversight or public involvement by neighbors or approval by the governing body in the site plan review process. Demolitions of historic homes are already rampant in East Lawrence with the speculative building of McMansions, and once duplexes and ADUs are allowed as a matter of right, this trend will only increase. I've been told informally that there could be protections in an overlay zone, but the East Lawrence neighborhood plan has been in process for 4 years with 0 communication, or public process for 2 years. I have very little confidence that there will be an overlay zone anytime soon. Now, the latest draft of this plan drops several hours after the deadline for written comments has expired. There's no legal theory under which this can be considered adequate notice or due process to consider something of such public consequence, with so little opportunity for the public, much less the Planning Commission, to have adequate time to review the latest draft. You need to slow this train down and give us more time to review the latest draft. We do not want unmistakably Lawrence to become unmistakably Lenexa. Thank you for doing the right thing.
Thank you. Sir, I'm just going to go online, if you guys don't mind, for a few minutes. Let's just see who's online, Becky, if... yeah.
I see a couple hand raised. Stephen Watts.
Stephen Watts, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Sorry for the delay. You know, the parking and the ADU units are what I'll talk about for a second. I live around the corner of 17th and Louisiana Street, about 100 meters behind the Chancellor's residence. Edge Hill Road is really little more than a public parking lot. And with this change, or these proposed changes, you know, it's great to anticipate people will more and more gravitate towards the use of public transportation. But until then, we need to plan on more and more cars, not less and less. And thus there needs to be parking mandates. You know, I remember when KU declared itself a vehicle-free campus. Kind of amusing. It's particularly amusing now. And, you know, the implementation of neighborhood permit parking must be put in place at the same time there is any modification of parking needs on a minimal basis. You know, this effort is not about more affordable housing. It's about making life easier for investors. So, you know, let's extend the process. We have the time to do that here in this town. Haste makes waste. And we most certainly do not want to see the destruction of the University Place neighborhood, which is right across the street from where I live. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Jeffrey Hepler, am I saying that correctly? Jeffrey, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the work and the meetings that have gone into this land development code. But I do think we need more time to review it, especially since the latest draft came out after public comment, as was stated a couple times before. I'm a landscaper, and I feel like there's a lot of room for improvement as far as individual houses for stormwater management goes. Everyone is passing their problem off to their neighbors, especially in West Lawrence where the new developments go and there's hard clay. There's no water infiltration in that entire side of town. So there needs to be some accountability for people's stormwater management. And as far as parking goes, I live right next to campus as well, as others have said. We could be making some off of that, I think, personally, with those neighborhood permits. I mean, I sell legal private parking off my property, but there's people parking illegally here all the time, and it's a real nuisance to the neighborhood. So I also think there's going to be more cars coming, even though we're supporting public transit and we're just a car culture. That's all I'll say for now. I much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll bring it back to the room.
I'm Stacy Lambertson. I live in East Lawrence also. I think I agree with most of what has been said here without qualification. Landlords own more than half the homes in Lawrence. Allowing multiple units on current single-family residential lots in the majority of Lawrence is not going to make housing affordable. I have a perfect example right next to where I live in East Lawrence. There was one lot there are very few vacant lots in East Lawrence. There was one lot available. A person came in and built a duplex there before the rules changed, and it's now filled with 8 students paying huge amount of rent. It's hardly affordable, and never will be affordable. It's a very nice place, but it's a good example of what happens, and their cars are kind of all over the place. When you change the rules, it's only going to make it more lucrative for property investors to outbid families in key neighborhoods. And we feel real strongly in our neighborhood that we'd like to keep it as much as it's possible, affordable small units. Again, on my street, we have two small houses. One of the people have just been evicted. We wonder what in the world is going to happen with those, and it's a perfect opportunity for big investor to come in and build something big if they can find the person who owns it, which they can't right now. The Oria neighborhood taught us this lesson more than a decade ago. I do not believe this will create and retain strong, affordable neighborhoods, but rather it will erode them. Because the final code was not available, and this has been said already many times, until 5 p.m. Monday, and the overall process and code language has been unsupported and difficult to navigate, we must have more time. The City Commission has not held a true study session. We need this body to request an open-ended timeline to fully explore how to protect neighborhoods, to allow the City Commission to process the code, and to allow citizens to get answers to their still pending questions. Please we ask the City Commission to remove their November adoption deadline and wait until there's enough time to take care of it entirely. It's going to affect all of us, for the rest of our lives, the rest of my life anyway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Again, my name is Phil Englehart, Pinckney neighborhood. My lovely wife couldn't be with me this evening, but I promised her that I would behave myself. I've sat in on the Land Development Code Steering Committee, and I think there's likely a lot of good stuff in the revised code. It's clearer. Hopefully it's more streamlined, certainly easier to understand. I mean, there's no question about that. I haven't gone through, in detail all the 500 pages, but I have looked at the sections relative to infill and redevelopment in established neighborhoods, because that's my biggest concern. And first thing to understand at the outset is that whether you like it or not, the code affects equity flows, both for individual homeowners as well as development capital. You got to start from that basis. And it boils down to, with respect to infill and redevelopment, boils down to the nexus of 4 characteristics. Denser forms, we all talked about that. We're all in agreement with denser housing forms. Occupancy standards, parking requirements, and lot consolidation. The nexus of those 4 factors determines the development path, the development trajectories. I'm going to grade these things, since I did that for a while for a living. Denser form possibilities, the code gets an A. It's great. The notion of cottage courts, the notion of townhomes, the notion of zero lots, those are all good things. They're all great possibilities. I give them an A. Occupancy standards, C-. I'm a pretty tough grader. Okay, Jeff can probably attest to that. Parking requirements, D. Haven't even really been thought about. Lot consolidation, provisional C. Okay, it needs work, and it's a very simple topic. Really is. It's not difficult. Maybe legally it is difficult, but in terms of code language, not all that difficult. Basically, my overriding concern here is that the drafting procedure really hasn't addressed what you would call negative externalities, the impacts of this radical revision in code, the nexus of those four factors, the negative externalities that will affect the livability and viability of our traditional neighborhoods has not really been systematically discussed. And I promised my wife I wouldn't raise my voice too much. Design standards alone, design and dimensional standards alone won't do it. You need more than that, okay? You need to consider these other things. I'd suggest before you make your final recommendations that you spend considerable more time looking at the potential impacts, those negative externalities that arise out of the nexus of four factors that I mentioned.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Pam Burkhead from University Place, and I'm going to read some of this because it's exact quotes from the Plan 2040. So when the City Commission adopted Plan 2024 and 2023, it made a clear commitment to us to be respectful of the city's built environment by promising to preserve and enhance the character elements of existing neighborhoods, in part by maintaining historic structures and elements to help conserve the unique aspects of the neighborhood as well as the whole community. Plan 2040, Chapter 4, Lawrence Neighborhoods and Housing, Goal 3 and 3.1, identify, evaluate, designate, and preserve our community's historic resources, in part by continuing locating, survey, and assessing historic resources throughout Douglas County and the city of Lawrence, and evaluating all structures over 50 years old for their historic significance, and educating owners on the way such structures could be protected as a historic asset. Plan 2040, Chapter 7, Community Resources, Historic Resources, Goals 1, 1.7, 1.9. My house is almost 100 years old in a couple years. The Lawrence Preservation Alliance has continuously submitted public comment on the code draft, and we strongly agree with their assessments. We are not convinced that either of these clearly expressed commitments to historic preservation has been adequately considered and factored into the appropriate application of the development code. This body has acknowledged that the new code could have unintended negative consequences for our core neighborhoods. However, the timeline has not allowed for an exploration of solutions or even the ability to thoroughly discuss potential impacts. Moving this draft forward tonight would not serve the planned goals, nor does it serve our community. We don't have to hold ourselves to an arbitrary deadline. Let's take the time to make this code we can feel proud of, so please don't remove the deadline. Please don't move the deadline, remove it for now until we're ready. The City Commission date can be set once everyone's comfortable that all of our shared concerns have been addressed and answered. I also want to say that if it's an issue of the length of the consultants, I would think that surely the city staff and local resources could take the code from this point forward to adopt, because it's our community, it's our town, and it's how it's going to impact us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sofia Olivera, and I only want to mention something about the parking, something to think about. The change in the parking is to cater to the students. There's no problem in parking and having 2, 3, 4-car garages west of Iowa. We have an issue of parking on the older side. We don't have an issue of parking for people that resided here for 10, 20, 30 years, have their home, their single-family homes. The increase in cars has been brought by KU, by the number of cars that come now, and it's the KU problem. We all, of course, want to be good neighbors with KU, big employer, but it is affecting all of our older neighborhoods. And I think when the study was done, you took into consideration, all of Lawrence. No, this is an issue in an older part of Lawrence, the one we want to preserve. And by taking away the parking constrictions, what everybody's saying here is going to happen. You're going to develop, own rental property. Hey, you can develop, if I don't have an issue of parking, you can put more people in there. If I don't have a restriction, that was the only restriction that allowed that density to reduce around the KU campus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners, and I apologize in advance for my rambling. I'm looking at notes that look like this. My comments come from attending...
Tell us your name, ma'am. Sorry.
Oh, Lisa Harris-Friedman, sorry. My comments come from attending public open houses and a neighborhood meeting with Becky and Elizabeth and newspaper articles. And tonight, the comments here. We need more density in our community, and I'm glad to see some code revisions coming forward. I do agree that we need more time to have them be good for our community and to have people heard. I really like the idea of an overlay in the core neighborhoods, because the core neighborhoods are of concern to me. I live in the Barker neighborhood. We have small lots with alleys behind. We want to preserve neighborhood character as we talk about in Horizon 2040, in Plan 2040. And so neighborhood character is what you see from the street, but it's also what you experience from your backyard when you are in your home and along the alleys. We have trees and open space. And if you allow building from the front of the property right to the end of the alley, you will lose that experience of what your yard is like. Also, neighborhoods are about the neighbors and neighborliness. And if you have a lot of renters in your neighborhood, you lose some of that feeling because renters generally are not engaged as neighbors in a neighborhood. I've been president of the neighborhood association, and we would have picnics of 200 people or so, and very few renters, maybe one family of renters out of all of those people, and no members who were renters. So it's a different feeling. If you add a lot of rental properties to a neighborhood, you change the neighborhood. I'm concerned about stormwater management, as was mentioned, for not only the parking lots, but for the properties, any built environment itself. I mean, we have eco-flow problems in our neighborhood because water outlets go over the sidewalks and then they freeze and create icy paths. So the stormwater issues need to be addressed, hopefully in an overlay. I do not agree that we should have any residential district that would not accept the extra density. What that will do is create a situation where if people who have the money, who don't like the changes from density, they can move to the single-family neighborhoods that will still be allowed in our community. I don't think that's equitable. I don't agree with it.
Ma'am, you're at 3 minutes, so please wrap up.
Okay. People have talked about parking. This has, in the past, it's been framed as not a change in zoning, this change in code. I disagree because it will affect everyone in our community. If I put a duplex on my property now, I would have to go through the zoning process. So I think we should have communication with our residents to reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I'm going to go back online, Becky. I think there's Mr. William Steele. has his hand up. Go ahead, William Steele.
Yes, I live in the Hillcrest neighborhood, and I just want to echo the comments of just about everyone who's spoken tonight who thinks the draft code is too premature. I agree with them. I think it's way too early to give this the green light. And the idea of just putting it out there like it's, some kind of beta software product that will update later, I don't think that's a good strategy. As someone has said earlier, we should not adopt a half-baked code. And as someone else noted, the final draft for approval just came out, on Monday evening. That was 2 days ago. That's simply not enough time for you or the citizens of Lawrence to carefully review it. There's a whole host of things in this massive document that have not been adequately discussed by the Planning Commission because so much time has been spent on, parking, occupancy, minimum density, and all of that. Those are extremely important, but so are things like, for instance, commercial lighting, mixed-use design standards, historic preservation. Michael mentioned solar. The list is very long. I just think, the devil is in the details, and it's your duty and the city commissions as well to really devote adequate time to dig into those. So I urge that you please recommend that the city commission remove their November adoption date and schedule the next date after this body is comfortable with the final document. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Anybody else in the room that has public comment?
Mandy Enfield. After talking to Commissioner Finkeldye yesterday, I was able to get some answers to a few of my pending questions. Unfortunately, finally getting clarity on some things made me realize how unnecessarily difficult this whole thing has been for me and my neighbors. When I asked about multi-unit dwellings up to 4 units, Elizabeth said it was a typo in the principal use table and it will be removed. Nobody mentioned that the allowable attached dwellings were a minimum of 4 units. I had to make this connection myself after hours of work. Of the dozen times I've asked about calculating density and maintained a positive attitude while I guessed and stumbled through my own attempts until finally learning the formula once it was put in the document, nobody mentioned that there was an entire other set of applicable code called the subdivision regulations. And one would never be able to fully understand how this code can be implemented without understanding how lots are divided. When we spoke about ADUs and loopholes, and this group determined that they weren't allowed on duplexes, nobody mentioned that they are allowed on attached multi-unit dwellings, the multi-unit dwellings up to 4 units, or minimum of 4 units. This inconsistency is now in the final code draft. I can't recall when I first understood that an ADU would convert to an attached dwelling, which would then revert to standard occupancy limits, but I've known it for a while, and I can't imagine that I haven't already said something about this in public comment. I can't be the only one who knew of this major occupancy loophole that's now in the final code draft. Thinking about how naive I have been through the engagement process and only recently understanding how much information was known and not communicated for the technical questions about code interpretation makes me want to cry. I didn't even expect full transparency, and I still feel like a fool. We need neighborhood work sessions with real-life examples of how this code will be implemented where we live. I can't guess anymore. And I shouldn't have to spend hours and ask for one-on-one meetings to get a basic understanding of neighborhood impacts because no one is willing to put complete information in writing. At every given point, multiple people have known the answers to all of my questions and chose not to help me. This process was opaque. The City Commission study session hasn't actually happened. And this code is not ready. We need to press pause and not be limited by a City Commission deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for Go ahead, sir.
My name is John Gascon. I live in East Lawrence, 1347 New Hampshire Street. I served on the Comprehensive Planning Committee for almost 5 years, so long that I lost the rest of my hair and had 3 children. It's funny, but it really shouldn't be. And I do want to preface my comments with an appreciation for the concerns that everyone has had here today. What I fear is that much of what people are reacting to is what has been caused by the code we currently have. I strongly encourage you all, it's your duty and responsibility to research the history of zoning codes, where they came from, why they exist, and who they truly benefit. The purpose of the committee was to allow for more affordability and to share our neighborhoods with more people. I'm going to give you a few numbers. The average household income in Lawrence is $62,000. At 28% of income, which is what's recommended, and I'm a certified financial planner, that means you can afford a house or a mortgage payment of $1,460 a month. The average home price in Lawrence today is $330,000, which means you'd have a mortgage of $2,700 or need an average income of $115,000. Current infill construction cost is $250 a square foot. The average house average house size is 2,500 square feet. A lot is about $100,000. So that means you would have a construction cost of $725,000, or it would require $227,000 in income to afford the $5,000 mortgage. I know that to be true. I purchased my home for $148,000 in 2012. A tree fell on it about 7 years ago. And even with the insurance settlement, I took the opportunity to rehab the entire thing. Didn't add a single square foot. It's still 2,000 square feet. My mortgage is $5,000. This code is about affordability, and it doesn't look like a single-family home. And the most destructive thing to affordability is parking requirements. And I know that to be true because I served on the Board of Zoning Appeals for 6 years. And we denied project after project because it could not meet the parking requirements. None of the missing middle housing that is proposed in the urban core or the models that are proposed in the urban core could be built with parking requirements. I urge you to pass this code, but more importantly, eliminate the parking requirements. Lastly, I urge you to read the report that was sent to you.
Sir, you're over 3 minutes.
It will show you that you have a fiduciary responsibility to allow density, to increase the tax revenue for the city so that we can afford our schools and afford the social services that we desperately need.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Anybody online, Becky? Anybody that I forgot?
No, nobody new.
Okay, should we take a break, guys? Take a break? Okay, let's take a break. Say a 5-minute break? 5-minute break? 10-minute break? 10-minute break. 10-minute break. Okay, we're back in 10 minutes. Elizabeth, can you hang with us?
Sure.
Thank you, Elizabeth. But before that, do we have any questions for Elizabeth or staff or anybody else?
I do.
Who would like to start us off? Go ahead.
I have a bunch of questions.
Okay.
Surprised? My first question is, I keep trying to find Elizabeth, and I know I moved. But my first question is, Elizabeth, are all the edits highlighted in this current version?
No, just the substantive edits are highlighted. Everything that was cleanup, we didn't highlight. We were trying to make it easy for people to see what might have changed based on discussion.
And is this land development code primarily designed to implement Plan 2040?
I'm sorry, I don't understand where we're going with that.
Well, is that what we're doing, is implementing 2040 with the land development code?
That's what we are supposed to be doing, implementing 2040 and other applicable city plans.
Okay. Is there any reason that there were changes in the code to strike the word implement the Planning Commission? Implement 2040?
Yeah, we made that strike based on recommendation from City Attorney's Office that there's more to what's going on here than straight implementation.
So that we're not implementing Plan 2040?
No, I don't think that means we're not implementing Plan 2040. I think that we are putting regulations in place that allow the city to seek the outcomes of 2040. And I would defer to City Attorney's Office to explain in more detail why implementation was not our best word choice there.
I have a few other questions for you, and that is, has the Historic Resources Commission had an opportunity to review the draft of October 21?
I have no idea. Like everybody, they've had an opportunity to review all the drafts that have been posted, and the October 21 draft was intended to clarify the information that have come out of these conversations. So I am not sure where they are. I don't know where they weigh in on that. They do have their own code and their own process.
Okay. And are mobile homes permitted in any of these residential zoning districts?
No, but manufactured homes are.
And are manufactured homes listed in the use table?
No, because they're treated as single-family residential. That's in the definition of single-unit residential detached.
Okay. Are you referring to that definition at Section 804?
Hang on a second. Let me find it. No, I'm referring to the definition section at the end of the code.
A manufactured home and mobile homes used to both be listed in the old use tables. Is there any reason not to specifically list them?
Yes, there is reason not to specifically list them. Even though they are manufactured homes that comply with HUD code, are essentially single-family detached units. By calling them out separately, we are somehow saying that they are lesser than any other type of unit. As you and I have discussed with Becky, construction is changing over time, and part of what we were trying to do is get to a place of saying it doesn't matter how it was built or if it was shipped in. If it's a single-family detached unit, it's a single-family detached unit. Lawrence does have standards for residential design for those units, so they should be treated in the same fashion as all the other single-family units.
Well, I think. So, are you saying that both manufactured homes and manufactured homes with residential design are both permitted in detached dwellings?
No, just residential homes with residential design. Excuse me, swallowed wrong.
Okay. And when we have discussed things and taken kind of straw polls at the Planning Commission, are those the things that you're saying are agreed to with the steering committee?
When you all have discussed things and explained to me through these meetings what the language should be, and if it is the same language that the steering committee has recommended, that's how we have made this change.
Okay. And at the time, we talked about occupancy and about whether it should be 5 adults and their children, and I was an advocate for eliminating the children from that description. I really was advocating that to be 5 persons, just as the other occupancy things we've talked about, a single person or any number of people. And I think the occupancy for unrelated people should be referring to 5 persons. Would that be a problem that you could see?
We can change the word to persons.
Okay.
Jeff, would that be a problem? I mean, because children aren't counted currently, right?
Yeah, the way that we've currently treated in the land development code is that we don't
count children.
Yeah, minors are not included in the count as part of that.
We spent quite a bit of time talking about this.
Right.
A couple of meetings, we took a straw poll, we've come to a, so
Right.
do people want to open that back up?
Well, I think
I can tell you, I'm not interested in that.
I'm not either. We can come back if
Okay,
I'll poll
we
the
can come
commission and see if there are. We can talk about it, Jane. But go ahead, keep going.
And then the R1 square footage, I thought that we were looking at 5,000 square feet. I see that it's now 10,000 square feet, and I'm a little bit confused as to what the square footage is in the R1.
No, it should be 5,000. Hang on a second. Nope, that's my mistake. It didn't get moved over from the other draft. It's still 5,000, as discussed.
Okay, and that's something that the steering committee recommended?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't think we've discussed that previously.
We did discuss it.
Okay. Did we take a straw poll?
Yes, we did.
Really? Well, I'd sure like to come back and talk to that about
Okay.
that again, too. And then I wanted to make sure that when you are making consultant drafting updates like existing neighborhood definition and like permanently affordable, are those things that we need to have the opportunity to discuss as to whether the permanently affordable in 2904 is in or out?
So the existing neighborhood definition was in the draft. That's not new. The permanently affordable, that's one of the reasons that we shared the slide with you tonight. So if Planning Commission wants to discuss that change, you have the opportunity.
Okay. I will hold on the rest of my questions. I just wanted to ask.
Okay, I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question to clarify. Elizabeth, the MSO feedback that came in, they had recommended striking the word natural from those things defining streams. I remember in that conversation that being an intentional choice to add that word. So I want to ask you, Elizabeth, what was kind of behind the reason to strike it, and I'm looking at Sharon Ashworth also to share if she thinks that it changes the intention that we had when we added that word.
And so Commissioner Rexroad, I don't think that Planning Commission added that word. I think that is how that draft language came in from a prior process that MSO had started with Burns McDonnell. And so that's the language that we rolled into the regulations after questions from Planning Commission about how it applies. A couple meetings ago, I believe MSO took that opportunity to go back and think about what it would mean to have the word natural in there. It's a little challenging to interpret. So instead, they want to move away from natural and regulate existing drainage paths and stream corridors. So essentially what you find on the site in the condition when you start the development. So it doesn't matter if it was natural or not. And I think that should be more encompassing, but I'm open to Commissioner Ashworth's feedback on that.
I would agree with that last thing that you just said in terms of more all-encompassing. One of my original concerns about including the word natural in there is that there would be modified drainage paths, whether it be through riprap, any sort of deepening, widening, any sort of construction done on a drainage path, and that type of drainage path might not be considered natural and therefore would not be included in these recommendations. And I think all drainage paths, whether they've been modified or not, should be included.
That was a topic we discussed, and I agreed. Yeah, and I agree with that.
You have somebody?
In the definitions, it says stream corridor is defined as 100 feet wide. I'm not quite sure why we would have 100 feet in there.
I think, Commissioner Thomas, what we discovered in going through the regulations, that 100-foot wide corridor comes from the subdivision regulations, if I remember that conversation correctly. And because we are not making changes to the joint subdivision regulations that Lawrence has with Douglas County, that we've left the 100 in there, and there will need to be some sort of coordination between what the subdivision regulations require and then what these regulations require in terms of how they get applied until such point as the subdivision regulations get updated.
And until that, I think it changes what Commissioner Ashworth is talking about and what we talked about with that 100 feet. And if it can't be changed till the county does it as well, I guess we'll have to live with it. But I think it needs to be changed.
Is there somebody from MSO on the call? Not tonight. Okay. So Sharon, would you want the word natural to be included again, or some other version? No, you like it. You like it the direction that it's going.
Yes, because it is more all-encompassing of protection of drainage pathways, whether it has been modified or not.
All right.
Those drainage ways are very important regardless of what has happened to them.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
You're good to you. Okay. Second question, separate topic. I'm curious why the rules governing percentage of alcohol in retail establishments is a part of the land development code. Is that really where that belongs?
Can I make a point of order real quick? Sorry. When you guys talk, if possible, could you direct to the portion that you're talking about so I can pull up the language and look at it? And not that everyone wrote down their notes, but we're jumping around. There's so many topics and it's such a large document. I'm having a hard time remembering.
It was on a slide.
Yeah, that's fine. I
can do a search.
In the future, you don't need to do that for me. I can do it. But if somebody does know what section they're talking about, it'd be great if you let us know.
Happy to.
Thank you.
She's got it.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Hayden, she's got it. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, so it's not in the current draft, so Commissioner Hayden, you'd be banging your head against the wall. This was left out, and I'm going to say it was left out inadvertently. We were making changes, and we weren't sure whether this was going to live on or not, the percentage of total gross sales receipts. So in order to keep it in place while Planning Commission and City Commission have an opportunity to decide if this should remain a regulation, we need to put it back into the draft. So it's a current regulation. We're changing it somewhat by taking out the licensed premises language, but it will still function essentially the same way. And then if it should stay out, it's probably a policy discussion for you guys and City Commission to have, and that can be something you take up even while we're waiting for the code to take effect. So decide if it stays in or not at that point.
But to my question, this is the place that lives?
Correct. It is
an ordinance someplace over there in policy land with governing bodies and whatnot?
No, this is where it lives. It actually, I think, if I remember correctly, even predates the current land development code we have. It was in the 66 code earlier than that one. So this is where it lives and where we would recommend it live.
Jeff, the fact that we're taking out licensed premises, is that more permissive? Does that make it, does it mean that you don't need a license?
It's catching up with the state alcohol law changes and the way that those have all done. So the language has evolved over time and the states changed that laws. And so this would hopefully catch that up and get that into the same kind of language set for the most part.
I see.
It also makes it very easy to understand what we're talking about because licensed premise had a definition, and it was based on the state statute, and that statute no longer really exists in that same function. So it's getting us into a spot where we're not making an incongruent code section with.
So it's really a state law change.
And it's. I can't claim to be the expert on that state law, but there's a lot of stuff that went into that change when they did that.
Can you speak at all to the impact this potentially may have on, our city? Is there any way to sort of think about that? Like, is it going to make it possible to have more establishments like this, or?
This only applies in the CD zoning district in downtown, so it's going to be in a very limited zoning district, and it would only apply to establishments that would have alcohol sales and qualify for alcohol sales. So they'd have to meet the qualifications for the state to go through that process, and if they did have that, it would have to be of that certain measure. The Planning Commission saw an amendment, it's probably going on 4 years now, I think at this point in time, maybe even 5, where it used to be 55% food sales, and then we changed that over to 45% alcohol sales because we started realizing is that the way that businesses are evolving and changing is you don't always have food and alcohol, you have other items that go to it. So, you might sell outdoor gear and have a couple beers or something on tap. So it's trying to keep up with what we were seeing in businesses and the economy as a whole.
So this is really, there's a little bit of cleanup language to update it, but otherwise the essence of this matches the policy, and that's really not what's on the table tonight. It's just a couple
Correct.
Of minutes, sir. All right.
This gets us into matching the code with all the other things that kind of tie in and around it.
Thank you for that.
My only thing is we're not sneaking something in that's going to make something more permissible. That's all I'm asking. We're not changing what is allowable or not allowable with this language. Taking out the word licensed premises doesn't make anything easier or harder, correct?
As far as I'm aware, no. I think
that was my only. Okay, thank you.
I liken it to similar to the striking the word natural. It's actually a little bit
right.
more.
It's okay. So this is better. This is sort of
applies to anyone that drives revenue from the sale of. As
gotcha.
To whether you're licensed or not.
I see. Okay, got it. Thank you. Other questions, concerns?
I will say a concern, the elephant in the room, and I happen to agree with the people that spoke and said, I don't think this is the time for us to vote on this because the public obviously has not had enough time from 5:30 Monday, if they jumped on it right then, till now to look at what is given to us. And so we can talk about these things, and we have to, but to not delay the vote, for us not to say more time is needed for public input, I believe is a disservice to everybody in this town.
What does the rest of the commission think about this? You guys, do we think the public has had enough time to look at the draft? What are your...
I can't speak. I'm not going to try to say what someone feels about whether they have time or not. I've heard from groups saying either thing. What I can talk about is what we've done, what our process is, and what's coming, and then why all of those things to me translate into it's time for us to give this to the city commission. 4 or 5 months ago, I think, is when Planning Commission took this up, and at that time there was an intention that we would have a session on this, we would review it, and we would make a vote on what we were going to send on to the City Commission.
Right.
And it was determined at that time that we needed to have more public process and open it up and take it a chapter at a time and work through all the details, which we did.
Right.
We did. We've had, we reworked our mid-month meetings so that they were all public process meetings, that we took public comment and feedback. We broke it down section by section and walked through it. I'm not saying that everyone feels that they've had enough time to absorb everything, and there are some people who want to just take another bite at the apple at an item that maybe didn't land quite the way they had wanted it to. Mm-hmm. And I can respect that too. I do know that the draft that was published on Monday is not a brand new body of code. Right? It is the code that's updating what was there, publishing what was there with all of the work that we've done over the last several months. Right? So if anyone's been following that as we have been, we don't find anything necessarily new except for the items that Elizabeth have called out specifically. Right? So that's not a surprise. That's all very transparent. And we can talk about those tonight and resolve that. So there's nothing new there. It's just a big body of work.
Right.
The process that we have to work through here is, as this draft is now published, our charter is to send on to the City Commission our recommendations. Some of those are inside that, the latest draft. Some of those might be revealed yet tonight, which we can capture and include as a part of conditions on what we might send forward. Mm-hmm. Whether we vote yes or no, I mean, that's going to be up to the group. But once the City Commission has that, once they go through their work, it's up to them to decide what their process is going to be. It's not up to us. It's up to them to decide how much time they need to work this through, what additional public process they require. But once that's done, the plan is for there to be a 5-month period of time where our consultants and Jeff and his team try to take all of these recommendations, clean things up where there have been problems, and of course there's going to, 500 and some odd pages, there's going to be things. But also begin the process of building forms, begin the process of building applications, begin the process of doing all these things that help bring this body of code to life for us. And 5 months down the road, if the City Commission takes it next month or the next month, so in April or in May, all of this then comes back again. There's another here, it's going to come back to us again. There'll be another public process again, where we can see as all the work over the past several months has been formalized in this, then cleaned up and for us to make a decision one more time.
Right.
So I'm not going to tell anybody that they have or haven't had enough time.
Right.
What I can say is that for me, that we've done what we said we would do.
Right.
We provided months of additional opportunity and we converted all of our meetings into public sessions, taking a tremendous amount of information from the public. This informed a lot of the things that I thought about what should be in there. So I personally am ready to send this on to the city for those reasons.
Yeah.
Not that I want to stop anything,
right,
but in fact that I want to start it. And I want to get it to a form that we can continue down the road for the next public process.
Right. And just to add to what you said, Commissioner Rexroad, I think the changes that Elizabeth highlighted are maybe less than 5% of the code. I don't know how to put a percentage on it, but it's not substantive changes that were posted on Monday.
In terms of volume.
In terms of the volume, right?
Like it was a few. Material.
Right.
Yeah.
Most things have been out there and have not changed.
Right. And all of the change is documented.
Yeah.
We've seen all of the change.
Has been documented.
Rolled up inside the slide. Yeah.
Actually, there are changes. So there are changes that aren't highlighted. Like, I understand that the changes that the Planning Commission was talking about and focusing on, there's a slide kind of summarizing what we have talked about. But I do think it's complicated to compare the July draft to the October draft. And there are changes that think one can debate whether or not they're substantive changes and whether or not they should be called out. But for instance, I have several that have concerned me, such as like they've deleted the provision that says that the code has been prepared in accordance with the comprehensive plan, and the decisions made pursuant to the code shall be implemented and be consistent with the comprehensive plan and with the stated purposes of the code. And then change that language, kind of as Commissioner Eldridge was referring to a little bit. And then it seems like there's a little bit of reduction for historic structures, deleting the 20-year period of protection for them. And just a couple things that, like, I think maybe don't seem to be huge, but that the public would appreciate having an opportunity to compare what they've been working with in July to see what the actual October version contains. And for me, it took me hours, and it took, I've access to a paid Adobe, and I did a red line of the July draft and the October draft, and then went through them all to kind of see what changes there were. And it was a very daunting many-hour process. And so I did that because I have the obligation to do that for this meeting here. But I think asking the public to be able to like understand if what we've been talking about is represented in the October draft, and pointing out to us things that we may have overlooked, it is worth at least raising the issue that I think dropping it in at 5:40 after public comment has closed might have made it a little bit difficult for people to find some of the smaller things that maybe didn't need to be presented today or things we've necessarily discussed, but things that they don't necessarily know have been changed. That's the only thought I have on that, is that there are some changes that we haven't highlighted here tonight, or that aren't highlighted in the October draft, and I think it's important for people to know that.
Did you want clarification on those points?
We can get to that. I mean, I can also just use them when I'm talking about it later.
If you want to ask, we can ask either Elizabeth or Randy.
I mean, I think we can finish the conversation you're on. I just wanted to note that, to say that there are some changes that haven't been highlighted, which might be why some people are feeling like, I'm not sure what we're talking about, some of the public, even though we've had an opportunity, they haven't had a chance to look to see what the current language is of the October draft and how it may be different than the July draft.
Would it be possible to have a comparison of those two drafts so that we could see what all the changes were? I assume that's just a computer program, that it would be run and would be available for everybody to look at, so that people who have been working on one version or another since July would not say.
I mean, I think that's what Elizabeth attempted to do with her PowerPoint. I think Commissioner Hayden is pointing out that there were a couple of things not included in the PowerPoint. I would ask Elizabeth why she thinks they weren't included, if there were the reasons, Elizabeth, why what Commissioner Hayden is pointing out. Like, I guess what I'm trying to get at is your PowerPoint a good way for the public and the commissioners to understand what changed between July and Monday?
Just real quick, I don't want to imply that I thought that these things should be presented by Elizabeth this evening. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that there are additional things that aren't as important for necessarily our conversation that has been going forward. So by no means am I suggesting that she should have pointed out all of those. In fact, there are many, and some of them are not at all important. They change language from everything changes from the land development code to code, or vice versa, individual to persons. Many of the changes are not important to be pointed out. So I didn't want to leave with the impression that somehow she should have presented something, because that's not the case.
Because I think her intention was to show us what changed. And so I just want to understand from Elizabeth's point of view why maybe a couple of things weren't included that Commissioner Hayden pointed out. So go ahead.
Right. So our goal with this version, so let me back us all up, because we weren't going to put out another version of this. If you guys will remember from earlier presentations, the last version was supposed to be in place through adoption. And we had conversations with staff about some people having concerns that they couldn't see the language of what we were discussing. And so we made the call to go ahead and do this version so that we could look at the language the way that it's been discussed and everyone could see it in context. At the same time, we were doing other cleanups to the draft, and whatever we didn't show, we deemed to be non-substantive changes. We recognized that if we had put a version out there that had every single red line in it where we changed to the or LDC to code or backwards, that it would make it appear that there were thousands of different things going on when we were just doing cleanup. So it was, it was our professional opinion that the things that we didn't highlight weren't substantive. You'll notice we did highlight stuff that you guys haven't discussed in the conversation this evening that we thought was substantive and sufficient for conversation. So that was the choice we made. We didn't want at the 11th hour to have people focused on small issues. We wanted to keep them where you already have them in this conversation. What are the biggest issues? So that was our decision-making process there, to allow everyone to see what's been discussed in context.
Thank you. And I just want to, Jeff, I want to ask you something. So, in terms of the way this is going to, assuming that we adopt this code tonight, you and I have talked about how, I'm in software, right? So in software, you don't wait for the full product to be released because it's very difficult to problem solve after you have thousands of lines of code. So you introduce little chunks of it so you can fix it, and then it's much easier to deal with stuff that way, right? So what I'm asking you is, so if we adopt this code, you talked about potentially having planners, one planner do it the old way and another one do it the new way to kind of see what the impact. Can you just walk us through what it's going to look like?
Sure. It's the magic behind the curtains, I guess, to some degree. And for the record, I'm not a software person, so I won't try to compare fully to the analogy as much as I can there. But when you get a code like this, you end up doing a little bit of, two staff reports sometimes is the best way to describe it. So planner will be working the application exactly like you would be going through the code that is applicable to that day. So if it's the land development code, we'd be working through land development code, keeping that project on task. But what we'd have another planner do is sit down and do the same project, but not use the current code, but use the upcoming code to understand what's working. How do you kind of test drive it to make sure it's getting at those aspects that you want to do? So as part of that, between the adoption and the implementation, that November to April bit, we'll have planners doing that. As if an application comes in, one will be working it live and the other one might be working it to understand what is it doing? How do we interpret this? Part of that is to do a couple of things. It's to educate the staff to understand how the code's going to work. It feeds into us being able to help write the user's guide that we would have a companion to this so somebody could pick it up and understand what is the code saying and that process. The other part of it is, though, is also to get at what Elizabeth highlighted is that kind of that opening text amendment. Let's find the things that are not quite working as we thought they would be, or maybe there needs to be a little bit of a realignment here or there. And so it puts a little bit of that real world practice to it so we can really understand what we're dealing with and understand what that looks like and make sure that when we're, launching the product in software terms is make sure we're getting what we expect out of it. And, codes they're not chiseled in stone. The current land development code has, I can't count how many text amendments over the years at this point. I would expect this one to have a very similar process. We would have that initial shakedown process. We might have a couple of those to get everything out of it. And if we still don't see the product that we're expecting to get out of it, we can always amend it again and kind of come back and keep trying to work on it. So this is truly a living document. It doesn't just get adopted and it's done for. We will keep making sure that it's doing what we're asking of it. And if we ask something different of it, you'll see us bring an amendment for you to consider to make sure we're getting out of it what we want.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
I just would like to go back to a question about the PD, the Plan Development Overlay, that has been removed. I don't understand why that has been removed and what the...
Can you speak into your mic? Sorry.
Thought I was. Sorry. Elizabeth, if you would go back to the slides you showed with the PD overlay being removed and explain why that's been removed and whether the preliminary development plan that is in Chapter 16 is still in place.
Yep. So the recommendation there is, hang on, I'm still looking for the slide. Not to remove all of the PDs. You may remember that there were 5 potential types of PD.
No, it's the master plan PD that you have removed, right?
Yeah, we recommend it. It's shown in strikeout, but it's still in the text. So we recommend removing recommended removing that because the other forms of planned development have that enhanced sort of benefit to amenity to the community. So they all have something that you can do that is a give back to Lawrence. One of the reasons behind planned developments is that the reason people get out of, so to speak, the regulations is that they're doing something that is a benefit to the community. They're not just doing planned development because it allows them to change setbacks or because it allows them to do something different with the housing. It is as it was originally intended, and as we recommended it plays out here, there's something above and beyond. And so our observation was with the base districts in place and the wide open development options that you get with the new base districts and the use standards, that master planned development PD really wasn't doing anything that the community wouldn't already see. So it didn't have any above and beyond with it. It just was kind of old school PD. So we're recommending taking it out and relying instead on the other 4 types of planned development.
So if that comes out as an overlay, does the preliminary development plan, does the plan development that is in 2016-04, does that remain in the code?
Yeah, because you still have the other 4 types of plan development that you could do. That's not just for the master plan development.
Okay. So the master plan development, we have some examples of those, I think, currently in our city. So will those become non-conforming uses then?
No, the plan development doesn't work the way that a standard zoning district does. So it just stays in place and it is run under its own regulations that were put in place when the plan was adopted. There's no conversion for those zoning districts. They just stay as they are.
So is the idea then to prohibit any future master plan development?
Yeah, the idea is that the zoning code should have enough in it as in base districts that no one should need to use that master plan development. They should be able to do it under the base districts, which are not a long-term lock-in of the zoning. They can be changed over time.
Whereas the master plan development really can't be changed without the consent of all the owners, at least traditionally. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And that continues to be the case for anything that has already been approved. This is only for new development.
So the existing master plan development won't be affected at all. Prohibit them in the future.
Unless you get property owners together, and they make the change. Why would on property that way?
Okay, I guess just looking at the ones we have, those seem to be the neighborhoods where we have a lot of variety in terms of housing types and densities, where we get apartments and we get duplexes and we get single-family houses of varying sizes. And that comes from that planning ahead of time to know, with a big lot of land, how it's going to be used in the future. And that I've always thought of that as a great advantage to have that planned, where we got the mixes we're talking about trying to force now. We got them by consent of property owners. But I guess maybe that's not the goal in the future.
I think you can still get that type of development without creating a mini zoning district for it.
Okay.
And yes, it was consent of the developer, but there was, something in it that the developer wanted to see. So I'm not sure the city loses by getting rid of this particular type of planned development. I think we've baked it into the rest of the code if we're still doing baking analogies tonight.
Okay. Baking analogies are good. But that would be an area that people who may be interested in future planned development didn't know was going to get eliminated until tonight, if they happen to be tuned in or have an opportunity to read the draft.
And it's up to the Planning Commission. We are putting it out there as a recommendation, and you guys will need to decide if you want to get rid of it or keep it.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what property owners have to say about it.
I'm going to let Commissioner Ashworth weigh in. She has a raised hand.
I just have a small comment. It's something I thought about on the plan, because of the plan development topic, the one that's for affordable housing. Mm-hmm. I just want to make the comment that I thought 10% qualifying to be a planned development for affordable housing is a little low.
Okay.
I just want to make that comment for either discussion or for City Commission ears.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Commissioner Eldridge, did you have any other questions? Or
no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the Commission questions?
Could we get at the two items that were called out about the deleted comment about supporting comprehensive plan?
Yes, please.
Randy Larkin was on. I think Elizabeth said that was a recommendation by council. Randy, are you there? And if so, did you make that recommendation? And if yes, could you tell us why?
Yeah, good question.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, and I think it goes back to, just to give you a background, the interrelationship between the comprehensive plan and the code itself. The plan is what that is. It's a plan. It's an aspirations of the community. It's to map out what would occur in the future. Plans can change. If this is adopted, it's going to become law. It's going to be the code. We don't have the plan driving the code. We have the code driving the plan. If the code implements the plan, then the plan becomes law. So that's not really how it works. They work basically side by side to make sure it works.
Two state statutes that deal with zoning codes and how they are implemented?
No, there's one that when you have an establishment, which is 12-756, and then 1257 is amendments of that. And what we're doing here is a complete repeal of the existing one and enacting a new one. So we're going under 12-756 under the state code, under the statutes.
Well, we're going under 12-756 if there is no existing zoning code.
Right, and we are repealing this one in its entirety and not amending it. So yes, there's no code to amend at that point in time. So it's a brand new code. It's the same procedure that was followed in 2006 when that was adopted. And this is one way of doing it. Could the City Commission have said, we direct you, we initiate a text amendment, which has to be done under the existing city code. They would have initiated a text amendment, and we could have followed under 1257. I don't know that it would change much regarding the standards. It's still a legislative function of both the Planning Commission and the City Commission. But anyway, we're going under 12-756.
But the Planning Commission also could have initiated a text amendment under 12-757. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct. The Planning Commission can recommend it. Also, citizens of the community can recommend it, and it goes to the City Commission, and then they direct it further.
And they
direct staff to work on it.
Under 12-757, if the Planning Commission had initiated that, then if the zoning code was in accordance with the comprehensive plan, it would be presumed to be reasonable, right?
No, that applies only to zoning map amendments and special use permits. This is a legislative issue, so reasonableness doesn't come into play. Reasonableness only comes into play when there's quasi-judicial matters, like a zoning map amendment, rezoning, or an SUP. This is a legislative matter, and basically legislative decisions are arbitrary and capricious or unlawful, some of those types of things. So the standard would be completely different. That would apply to, like I said, quasi-judicial as opposed to legislative.
Well, is there any problem with leaving the language that had been in the July version of the adoption review draft, leaving that language that talked about the code was to implement the comprehensive plan?
Again, my thoughts was that it creates an ambiguity, and there was a lot of, actually going back in time, a lot of philosophical discussions and differences between our office and the previous planning director regarding how the comprehensive plan and the zoning code work hand in hand. And I think a lot of that came from that language. I think implementation is too strong. The regulations don't implement the plan. They help make the plan a reality.
And then whenever there's a reference to the zoning code, I believe in our staff report tonight, we were told that the zoning code was one of the primary tools used to implement the comprehensive plan. Isn't that correct?
I have no idea, and I didn't approve that language, and I would still say that the implementation is too strong a language for that. It is how we achieve our plan, how we achieve our goals. But the law that will be passed by the governing body, which will be these zoning regulations, will drive the plan. The plan does not drive the regulations.
But we can amend the plan anytime we want to. We don't need to get around it through our zoning code, correct?
No, and they should be consistent. The plan 2040 is a very important document, and they should be consistent and they should work together. Both can be amended, obviously. Now, the planning, it takes a little bit different procedures, but it's a little more difficult to amend the law sometimes.
Well, thank you very much. I really always appreciate my conversations with you, and I appreciate you taking a look at those code changes. But I was pretty interested that we want to at least have the code be in accordance with the comprehensive plan, correct?
This is Randy Lark, Deputy City Attorney. I agree with that wholeheartedly. The Plan 2040 is an important document, and it's the aspirations and goals of the community, and we need to try to establish a framework or zoning regulations that push those forward. But as time changes, plans change, and it's like I said, I think the best analogy is that the code needs to drive the plan and not the plan driving the code. And that was the only purpose for the changes that we recommended, and it had really nothing to do with shortchanging the plan or disagreement with the plan or anything like that. Just wanted to make them work together the way they're supposed to work under the laws.
Well, why did you make those changes between July and October?
I did not get an opportunity to work on that until the last of September, 1st of October. So I must have submitted my changes sometime around the 8th or 9th. So that's why.
Okay.
I didn't have a draft of a copy until after the 20th. And I don't know that I had one until August and didn't have time to work on it until then.
So you hadn't seen the draft code at all until then?
I did not see the draft code except for bits and pieces until the middle of September, probably.
Well,
maybe the middle of August.
Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Commissioner Eldridge. Any other questions, comments?
I just want to confirm that after hearing that, we're not going to make a change. We've got an explanation there.
You're comfortable with
I'll strike that.
The explanation.
I don't agree with it.
You don't agree with it, but you understand it. Good. I think that's
strike that.
Acceptable.
The other one was a question about, I think Chelsea brought up a change about how the language around historic resources?
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily saying that we wanted to talk about that today. That was just a change I noticed that
If
people
it's
might
an
want
open question, though,
to.
that prevents a vote, I'd sure like to surface it and talk about it.
Sure. I noticed there was the historic structures. It looks like maybe I had written down in 20-706. It had, in the old July draft said the standards for at least a period of at least 20 years. And then in the new one, the time frame of at least 20 years was taken off. And I was just curious.
Yep, that's correct.
Section
We
1
did
and
that
Section
to
2.
align with the other city standards. So hang on a second. So it is historic structure and site planned development. So the cleanup we made there was if the structure or site is designated, so it had said that it needed to be preserved for 20 years, but we changed it to say that you need to create a preservation easement, so that's more in perpetuity, in compliance with all applicable historic preservation structures. So we didn't want to put a time in there when it should be in conformance with the other historic work that the city's doing. So that cleanup there, and then the next one also had 20 years in it, and we took that out as a marker because that is an applicant coming in with something that's undesignated, and this will allow the city to review it and make a determination about how long that designation needs to last. In this case, that person is committing to getting it designated, so that's going to kick you back up into the top category.
Great.
So we strengthened it slightly, but still kept the requirement that if you're in this category, you have to be serious about doing your historic preservation.
Great. And then in Article 6, oh, sorry, did you have a question?
No, I was going to say, did I recall you saying, Elizabeth, though, that the Historic Preservation Group, you did not know whether they had gotten a copy of these changes and commented on them?
They haven't been a formal party to this process. We have talked to various representatives, and they certainly know that it's out there and they're welcome to comment on it. They do have their own set of regulations that they work with, and there's not a lot of overlap between the Land Development Code and the Historic and Cultural Resources regulations. So it hasn't been a path that we've said we absolutely have to have these comments, because there's not a lot going on here that isn't covered by what they do. So we're trying to do right code, right comments, essentially. And they've been welcome to participate, and there are people on the commission who are aware of this process.
So it didn't remove protections. What it did was just eliminated a fixed time line.
Yep.
Right, okay. I don't personally have any problem with that.
But the staff person hasn't been given a copy of the changes?
Historic.
Like Lynn Zollner hasn't been given a copy or invited to know what is being proposed?
No, all planning staff has been participating in the process. So Lynn and everybody's been looking at this throughout the last 2 years.
And so she knows about this change that was just made?
I haven't spoken with her about that specific one, but she's been a part of the process since the very beginning.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, so then I guess since I'm on, I guess I'll go ahead, and the other ones I had thought about. Article 16, and these are just my notes from a red line. So Article 16 used to refer to the Historic Resource Commission, and now it doesn't. I think it's the same one where it talks about the Planning Commission, and it basically incorporates like the Planning Commission's duties, and then it also talks about the Board of County or Board of Zoning Appeals. And then at one point it had talked about the Historic Resource Commission, and now it no longer does. And so I was just curious. I know there's been a lot of shifting and changing with the way that the different commissions that the City Commission has had and their restructuring, and I just didn't know why that was taken out.
It's simpler than that. this code does not create them. It doesn't give them any authority. They don't need to be in here. They exist on their own.
I mean, okay.
To the extent that they play a role in this code, they still play a role. All that section said was there's hereby created.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense. I was, when I first read through it many moons ago, I was surprised that it talked about the planning commission and creating the zoning board too, because they also exist outside of this and work with it. So I just wasn't sure if there was a reason for taking that particular entity out.
They exist under Chapter 22 for historic resources for the city. So their language is in that bit of the code, not this one.
That makes sense. Great. Thank you. And then under 1603J, I'd have to go back and pull up exactly what that was talking about, but the language was deleted that says the decision approving the application shall be deemed to be final, shall not be deemed to be final until the ordinance has been published by an official city newspaper. And I was just curious if that particular final decision triggers any kind of application period. So, appeal process, because if there's an appeal process, it might be important to have that language so that whatever the definition of a final decision is, the individual who may want to appeal would know when that time frame begins to run, or if that was deleted in the sense because it's irrelevant because there's no appeal, there's no longer an appeal from that decision. I have to go look.
Actually, different reasons. So if the commission doesn't act on something, there is no ordinance. So it didn't account for non-action. And if they do act, the way they act isn't governed by the land development code. And it should be in the appeal section that the appeal runs from the time of a final decision, which would be ordinance passage. So it was ultimately not relevant to anything else that was going on.
Perfect.
So no change on that?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I'm trying to...
By the way, I really appreciate the work you did on this, Chelsea.
Oh, that's okay. It's just little things.
And I think going through them is important because it just provided me with some comfort and an understanding about the level of work they were doing in that. So I appreciate it. I really do.
I think those are most of the things, some of the things I was noticing that I would raise. I mean, I would still recommend for anybody who wants to make sure that they feel comfortable with the October version to do a red line and to look for those things, and there'll be an opportunity then to make public comment on them at the city commission. So I certainly have not highlighted all of the changes that I saw.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Commissioner Eldridge, I wanted to come back and ask if we still want to talk about occupancy and the 5,000 square feet in R1. Does the commission want to reopen any of those items?
I thought that that Jeff had indicated that changing it to persons was not an issue.
Yeah, so you're okay with that?
That's all I wanted was.
Okay, so you're fine with that?
She had a typo on the 5,000.
Oh, gotcha.
Right, the 5,000, you corrected her on the 5,000.
Well, I just wanted to know.
Clarify, sorry, not correct.
So we're okay with.
The right number was.
Sorry.
Right, okay.
But yeah, the 5,000 is in the draft that I'm spinning through over here, and I'm changing adults to persons.
And then
that one we didn't all agree to. I absolutely don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a clarification.
Yeah, that's a fundamental change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I think we leave it as is.
As is.
We leave it as is, I think.
That's my preference.
Yeah, mine as well.
We discussed it.
Yeah.
Mine as well.
Give my rationale for it.
Yeah.
And then I think that.
You good with that, Elizabeth?
Leaving it.
I'm leaving it at up to 5 adults of any relationship.
Thank you.
Yes.
We had both the land plan person and the builders say that they really wanted some timelines on things.
Oops.
And I don't know that we've ever discussed timelines. I think that Elizabeth has told me that the steering committee discussed it and rejected it. So
Can I add to what you're saying? So what I also heard from the public as well as the development community, Elizabeth, and what they're requesting is a way to have an idea of how long an application is going to take, right? And I've talked to Jeff and our deadline, but an understanding, like, if you submit a variance request, it's going to take X days. If you submit a preliminary plat, it's going to take X days. Just on average, what can the developer expect? So that would be something that would be helpful, I think, for them. And Jane, if you don't mind, this is something else that they asked for is a way to know when an application was complete. So I think this all kind of ties into the user's guide that you guys are going to be working on. And if there's any way that you and or Jeff can talk about what that's going to look like, how many pages, how easy, just talk us through that, because I think that's going to be a vital communication device for the community and developers and the public to understand the code. So can one of you talk to that, please?
Jeff, you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll give it a try here. So, if I remember the code correctly, when an application is submitted, there is a time in there of how many days staff has to deem it complete to begin the processing portion of that. If I remember, don't have it pulled up, I think it's like 5 days from the time of submission to go to complete on that one. So that's usually covered in that section of it. And, just as you all know, is when we receive applications, they go right to processing. And so we're putting them through their paces and trying to get those comments back on any of the reviews within the first 2 weeks. And then after that, it's just trying to get it within the next week. If they submit it, we try to turn it right back around and keep up with that one. And that's just as we have staff available. And, there's holidays that could fall in there, vacation, someone might be under the weather, and that might affect that a little bit here and there, but our intent is to always process those things out. And you remember on Monday, you adopted your calendar, which sets that processing timeline for rezoning, special uses, even county applications to a degree. And boards such as the Board of Zoning Appeals and Historic Resources Commission adopt very similar calendars that set their timelines. If you submit by this date, you'd be going on this agenda, and that's that expectation as long as it meets those things. So a lot of our timelines are set by the boards and those calendars, so it kind of gives that people, if you submit on this date, it's complete, you have all your information, we're putting you on that agenda that you've met that deadline for. So, and as you all know, and I think we talked about on Monday, if you submit in November, you're probably looking at January to come to Planning Commission. This is the way that calendar stretches out. So for administrative things, though, we work them as they come in. So if they come in, we try to put that right to the reviewers immediately as long as it's complete and get through that process. So, barring, any kind of an illness or something like that, there are some hiccups occasionally, but we do try to work those things as fast as we can to keep up, because we understand that there are some things that need to be done, and we're not trying to be an obstacle to that. We're trying to help people get through the process and then ensure that we're upholding the code the communities ask us to do.
Would you be able to give us some dates that you'd be comfortable with, whether it was 10 days or 15
or an average, just an expectation, as not a firm commitment, but you can expect that it will take. In the past, it's taken this many days. Just some kind of.
Well, it just depends on the applicants,
right,
how fast they respond to us. What we always commit to is, your first round reviews are going to take 2 weeks, and we'll get those reviews back out to you, because there's quite a number of reviewers, both inside the city and outside the city, that are taking a look at those items. And so planners might not always be able to guarantee that an outside entity is able to review and respond in time. So it's kind of hard for us to do on right. We can't commit a utility provider to respond, because we don't know what their staffing is or what their availability is. And so it's hard for us to do that. And what we can do is, we can call fire, we can call MSO, we can call our friends that we have in the city here and say, hey, we need a review and we need it looked at. And they always do that, but KDOT may not agree to our schedule sometimes.
Yeah, I don't think it's a commitment. I'm just saying an expectation, right? Like, so, on average, this kind of thing takes 60 days. And that's all. That's all I think they're asking for. I don't think that you have to commit to it. Just give them a sense of, you can expect, based on what's happened in the past. It doesn't mean, it's going to happen this time. Just, you know what I mean? Just
And every time we send pre-app notes out, there's a table at the end of the pre-app notes that say the anticipated date for something like this to go through the entire process is, 4 to 6 weeks or 14 to 16 weeks or whatever that happens to be. So when we send out a note going from a pre-application meeting, it has a table in it that says, on average, these can take up, 12 to 14 or whatever it happens to be for those applications. So
you do that.
We do that at the pre-application meeting because we want people to know how long that process is, and if there's multiple processes or there's sequential processes that have to go. So we want them to know you have to go to HRC first before you can come to Planning Commission, or something can be run concurrently so you can submit all these at the same time, and the last one that completes is the one where we can let the permit loose. So those are conversations that every planner has at every pre-app meeting that we do.
So for some reason, there's a breakdown. So I think the user's guide would go, maybe get us, maybe the developers can, I don't know if that's the right place where that information is available, but for some reason, developers think that they don't have access to, I don't know why that is, but,
And, to the other half of your question there, the user's guide is something we're going to have to sit down and really think about, but to be honest with you, we're going to have to think about it from a customer standpoint because it's not intended for staff or the Planning Commission. It's really intended for anybody that's going to, want to pick it up and take a look at it to understand. And there's a few pages in this code that we're going to need to probably sit down and really think about how do you take something that's a state statute process and make it approachable. And that we've got some great planners who have done that over the years who have really kind of worked that through. So I don't expect the user's guide to be the same number of pages as the code. I'm hoping for something that's digestible, but also something that's probably a little bit more graphically inclined because, flowcharts can kind of really help explain things where words are sometimes impenetrable. And so I don't know what it looks like. I have, high hopes that it matches what we've done in the code with graphics and usability. And, I think we're going to strive for that as much as we can.
And you think we'll have it by April, if we adopt tonight?
Again, you all don't adopt. It would be the recommendation of the City Commission. Yeah. But yeah, our hope would be to have that in place when we start to go for effective date of April 1.
Okay.
Assuming it leaves here tonight, yeah.
And I would say also, each application, I think he's probably a little hesitant to commit to a specific date. Each application is going to have different variances, different things they have to research and look into and recommend.
Right. Absolutely.
It's just like writing code, right?
Absolutely.
Each level of code that you submit is a different level of effort that you took to write that code, right? And so I think I did see in here that it is 5 days that you have to approve or I moved the language on X. I scrolled and I can't find it again.
I think it's usually we have 5 days to deem the application complete or something to that effect.
Yeah, deem it complete. And so I think from there, if they're communicating effectively on the application from that point forward, the developer or the person, the applicant, whatever it is, it will have at least an idea. And we also have our calendar, right? We kind of know this isn't brand new to us. We've been on a 2-month window, right, give or take, over the course of submission to getting it to us. And so I think in a big picture, they kind of should know, but also to his point, if the new handheld guide is a little cleaner and clearer than what we currently have for them, then it also should help.
Right.
The difference with a handheld guide and a zoning code is the difference between something that can change week to week and something that is certain with the code. And I think that's what at least some of the developers I've talked to have wanted to know. They want to have something they can say to a client.
Right.
Look, this is what we have to do, and this is how long it will take.
Right. I mean, one of the goals is predictability, right? I mean, they want to know, what. Yeah. So
I'm with you.
Ease of use. Yeah.
And on the predictability question in Chapter 16 I believe is where we have the amount of discretion. And I don't know that we have talked with that other than when Commissioner Ashworth raised the question about if you've got 20% discretion with a number, that could be significant in the height of a building. And I don't know where that 20% came from, if that is a standard procedure or if communities would use something like 5 or 10% to start it, because we don't have that now. And it seems to me a very big number to be.
And I do think we did discuss this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Elizabeth, isn't this a standard guideline moving forward?
Yeah, this is, that 20% modification is pretty common across communities. We see it a little higher, a little lower, and that's why we went with 20. That seemed like a reasonable amount.
And how do you do 20% of an architectural design?
You don't. You only do it to measurable standards.
Okay, well, it's in the chart is the 20% of the architectural design, and I just found that a little confusing.
So it's going to be to whatever's measurable in there. I need to back everybody up for 1 second because I made a change in here that, again, I don't think is substantive, but everybody is talking about 5 days. We changed it from 5 business days to 7 days. So no one has to try to do the math about was Columbus Day a business day or not. So it should have the same effect, just with the word business missing.
So it's 7 calendar days.
Yeah.
Correct.
Along those lines, Elizabeth, I think for site plans, it's 9 days currently. Can we change that to either 14 calendar days or 9 business days?
Yep, I think, based on edits that we got back, I think the preference would be to go to 14 calendar days.
Can we do that? Is that
Try
okay?
to do increments of 7.
Yeah. Can we go with 14 calendar days?
I would make the change. One of the reasons we hung on to the 9 was because that will slow down all the applications.
Oh, I see. It's a significant impact.
Yeah, we talked a lot about this.
Yeah.
I'm not in favor of changing it to 14.
Okay. So.
I am in favor of changing it
Do we have?
to longer that when.
So it sounds like we have
when
one,
Jamie
two-
Shue says.
First question is, are we going to open this back up? Because
We did talk about this quite a
voted
bit.
on it.
Yeah.
Vote on any of it.
We took a straw poll, and we left it at 9, and we left it at 9 because there was some additional notification that
Would
was.
it would
being
be, we
talked
okay
about.
with 9 business days?
Yeah.
9 business days.
Does it say 9?
Hang on, I'm checking.
It says 9
It says
days
9
right now.
days.
Can we just make it 9 business days?
Why?
Because if somebody's on vacation.
Because that makes it effectively 14, which pushes, at 14 days is basically a month. So it adds a month, and it's not just to one thing or another, it's everything. That's why. That's because it's not a small thing, and all of that adds cost.
Yeah, it's true.
Every bit of that adds cost.
That's just an
And-
additional
and
hurdle for
That's
the
not the
applicants.
developer, that's cost that goes into the projects that people are trying to get into.
I agree.
Cost is added to when we don't have definite rules. Cost is added to.
Mine's a definite rule.
Mine is a definite rule.
It's a definite rule.
And that was a request from people who have to work in that area.
Right.
And I think it's a legitimate one.
So,
So
yeah, per the last time we had this conversation, I do understand that, and one of the things that we did to help mitigate that was some of the early notification that's a part of this now, some of the design meetings with neighborhoods that's a part of this now. We're doing things in addition to it, but I guess I've made my point. We can have another vote if we want to, but it's in the language as it is today, as it is, because that's the determination.
That's what we.
That's what we decided.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, when we talked about it, did we talk about 9 days or 9 business days? I've heard both.
9 days.
Over there. I mean, and
Yeah, I
so-
think
And
I-
you say 9 business days.
So I think the code says 9 days.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
The request was to change it 9 business days, but currently says 9 days.
I'm just saying when we took the straw poll, with the
Yeah,
straw
it was-
poll,
it
what
was
were we
days.
taking the straw?
It was days.
It was days,
Okay.
yeah.
It was days.
Yeah, the idea was that because we're going to inform, Jeff helped me understand it. The change is that we're going to ask that the neighbors are notified as soon as the application is submitted. That's the change, right? That's
Right, it follows the current code. When an application comes in, there has to be a notification sent out to owners within 400 feet and registered neighborhood associations also within the 400 feet. So if it's site plans, rezone, special use, sorry, it took a second to go back to special use there, they're all in those noticing provisions that are in the front of Article 16 in that table.
Which is a new thing, correct? This is.
That's actually current practice. That's what we've always.
But there's something that we're changing in notification where we're notifying the public earlier than we are today. What is that we're doing? There's something, you know what I'm?
That's the meeting.
Yeah, that was the thing that we had to back up on because we were confusing building code with land development code.
Okay. Right.
opening this.
Right.
Okay.
And the key to keep in mind with the site planning process is, to Commissioner Thomas's point there, is that doesn't require the property ownership list or the county to do anything. A site plan appeal has a different appellate process to it and a different standing requirement. So it doesn't have the same as when you go through for either a protest petition or for a certification on that one. So there's a little bit different standard from site planning from the special use, conditional use, rezoning process that are in state statute.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm just going to ask the commission. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to raise the issue about whether RS10 is low or very low.
Go ahead and raise.
Because we had talked about that, and I think it's.
You're talking about R1, correct? R1.
Whether
No,
it
RS10,
should go into R1
Oh.
as a very low residential district, or whether it should go into R2 as a low residential district, as it is in Plan 2040, because that makes a difference as to whether all of the residential neighborhoods would be treated the same way or not with a forced minimum density. And I think it would be something that we ought to make a decision about. We as a planning commission ought to make a decision about.
Does anybody have an opinion?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we talk about the percentage of RS10 lots in the city that were extremely low compared to the rest? We discussed that.
Yes, we did. I was looking at it from the standpoint of equity and the standpoint of what Plan 2040 says.
We did, this was a part of the conversation we had last
And
month.
and the Plan 2040 also talks about diversity. So, I mean, so if we say, okay, what I'm trying to say is, yeah, the Plan 2040 talks about density, and it talks about diversity. And the percentage that we saw of the RS10 lots in the city were extremely low. So there will be no diversity at all.
Well,
I agree.
if we want to have equity in terms of the people with the largest lots contributing something to increasing the density, which we want, then we all ought to be in the same category. Or we ought to do away with the minimum density. I don't think that we should be forcing density on the smallest lots in our.
To get at equity across all zoning categories, we added duplex by right, ADU by right to R1. So it's got the same provisions. The only difference is min-max on lot size.
Well, the only difference is min-max on density size.
I'm not, are we going to open this back up for?
I don't.
If we are,
I personally don't want to, but I don't know if anybody else in the commission wants to open it up. But I'm comfortable with what we have right now.
I have an opinion
Go ahead.
about it. I don't know. I'm not saying that we have to open anything back up, or that anyone.
No, I mean, I
cares
think the
about
city
my
commission
opinion.
needs to hear everything, and the public needs to hear everything. So I think, please, tell us what your opinion, your thoughts.
Yeah, I've struggled with this from the beginning. There's a lot of nuance in the code that I have just been absolutely floored, and I have so much respect for all of you getting into the nitty gritty of so many of the things you've talked about that I felt like are totally over my head. And so I've really appreciated that. But from the very beginning, I've struggled with the larger concept of the distinction between our new zoning categories, and then the idea of I think this is really challenging. It's really hard all across the country. It's really challenging. It's really hard. So many communities are having these exact conversations. You can't pick up the newspaper with a national newspaper without reading about these. And so I think it's hard, and I'm really glad that we're having these conversations. But I have struggled with the forcing hand concept, which we've talked about a lot. When there is, I get the need for it. I totally understand the need for it, but I struggle with the need for it in certain zoning categories versus others, and then particularly when those categories represent larger pieces of land maybe, or different characteristics, right? And so I've tried to figure out R1 and how comfortable am I with the concept of R1 and it being excluded from this forcing hand concept. And then I've also been tried to figure out how that fits. For me, the comprehensive plan is very important. I was sad to see the importance of our comprehensive plan downplayed in the new statute language that from the July to the October draft. I understand what Randy was saying, but I was sad to see that change. And I think the comprehensive plan is something that was years and years and years of work and represents the kind of the community. So for me, I'm thinking about it from the perspective of the foreseen hand and how does that look, but then also from how is this R1 district consistent with the comprehensive plan? And right now, at the moment, that would be Plan 2040. And so I've gone back and I've tried to figure it out. And when I look at the comprehensive plan, particularly on page 25, it sets out the residential densities. There's a table for residential densities. And then there's another one on the side that sets out the density and then the zoning districts. And RS10 is kind of unique. And RS10 is what will become R1. And so it's kind of unique in that if you were to look at it, it could be calculated under the low or very low, perhaps under the 5 residential density chart that's up there. But then when Plan 2040 was listing out the zoning codes and putting certain codes with the density requirements, they put RS10 in the low category. But if you look at RS5, RS5 could also bridge two. It could bridge low and medium, and Plan 2040 puts RS5 in both low and medium. So I struggle to see, when I'm looking at Plan 2040, it seems that RS10 was intended to be considered low, and it was intended to be treated similarly to RS7 and RS5. Otherwise, they could have popped it up and put it into the very low, but they didn't. And so to me, I struggle to see R1 being consistent with the comprehensive plan. I'm not saying it's so inconsistent we could never have it, but the combination of that and then kind of just that it itself is such a special thing that we've been talking about that has really been leading to a lot of the other issues and conversations that we've been coming to. And I apologize, that was a lot of thinking in my head as I was processing through. So you heard my processing, and I apologize for that long-windedness.
Please don't. Can I share my process?
Yes, because I'm trying to figure it out.
So there's 2 basic questions here that are in play. One is the subject of R1 and whether it's equitable or the other things that have been described about it. The other question is the translation of 2040 into this. I'll take the latter first. The LDC, and as Randy had described, these documents need to work side by side, and you can change both of them, right? But they should coexist. One should support the other. The LDC, though, this update represents a paradigm change in a bunch of ways. We've eliminated single-family zoning exclusively. We've created an environment where you can have density by right and density by design. We've designed this in areas where you can have mixed use by right and by design. We've addressed differences and changes in parking. I mean, the paradigm differences. And another one of those is how the zoning codes in our current model, RS10, RS7, that number just speaks to a minimum lot size. So there are more similarities there. You can have an RS3 lot that's 10,000 square feet, right? And there's probably some of them that are out there. But the approach to this is very, very different than the existing code. 2040, and this I'm trying to convince you, but as I think about this, and I look at that table, 2040 was written through a lens of the existing code. It references things, lot size or zoning categories, and tries to define those things as low and very low. As the work was being done to translate that into this new code, you can see in that table, RS10, I think it was RS10, was identified as both very low and low.
No, it wasn't.
That's my problem.
Okay.
That's my problem. with
I need to go find the page, but there was one element in there when it was defined. The point, though, is that...
RS5.
Yeah.
You're correct. RS5 is in two different categories.
Okay, maybe that's what I'm thinking. The point, though, is that 2040 was written through the lens of the existing code. This is a paradigm different in that code. And because RS10, what we're really talking about is, do we put RS10 here or there? It really gets to the question of, do we want R1? And what does R1 look like? And we've heard feedback from multiple people in the community, and particularly one of note was the EDC, Economic Development Corporation, who talks about the impacts of not having a full spectrum of housing. In my mind, equity is not about everybody living in the same neighborhood, in the same kind of house, the same structure. You have to have, it's about everybody being able to participate. And I think we provide for that. And a full spectrum of housing, I think, is important for any community. So that's my rationale on it.
Thank you.
And
one sec, Charlie. I'm just going to...
Okay.
Commissioner Ashworth
sure.
has her hand. Commissioner Ashworth, sorry, go ahead.
So on the issue of, I'm not sure I'm following where to put that RS10, because I see this as a new thing that we're doing, and I don't think it really needs to match perfectly from one document to the other. But I do, and I am on record opposing, when we did discuss this before, I was one of the people that said I don't believe we should have R1 going forward. Just because I think it flies in the face of the spirit of Plan 2040. I also that would be my inclination. So I think it chews up land, limited development space, which is mostly west and north of the city. I think it doesn't accomplish the stated goal of increased density. I think it leads to the need for annexation sooner than later. And to think about this, we've heard feedback about this executive housing. So I want to address that just a little bit. And my view on that is, who's to say that executive housing has to be large houses on very large lots? It may be that what attracts certain executives are more urban, human scale neighborhoods that are walkable and bikeable. We also have currently, I think I may be misremembering this, the 7% of our current housing stock is R10, or is would be categorized as R1. That housing will remain available. And what we have heard overwhelmingly is that we are currently lacking affordable housing. No one has said anything about an executive housing shortage. But what we do have is affordable housing shortage. And I do have, so those are my comments on R1. We did discuss that. I was in the minority going forward with no new R1 development. However, I do have a technical question here, is I thought I read in the code that there is a current provision that limits the consolidation of lots in all residential zoning districts except R1. So I don't know if that's correct, and I would ask Elizabeth if that's the case.
I am looking.
Because that to me gets to the equity issue, is if we're going to limit consolidation in other residential zoning districts, we should, one way to get at, or if we're going to have R1 going forward, I would like to see a maximum lot size or a limit to consolidation of lots or some way that increases the equity between the residential zoning.
So Commissioner Ashford, you are correct. We have that in the R2 and R3, but we do not have it in the R1.
That would be something, if R1 is going forward, I would like to see a limit on consolidation of lots as a way to basically limit those really large lot sizes.
I think when we've singled out R1 and the character of R1, we have had numerous people over the time say, what about the character of our neighborhood, the older established, the uniqueness of it, And I don't use the word forced hand, but if we all understand what that means, what we are saying to every other area is we are going to force you to change your character, but R1, because executives, and I agree with Sharon on this, we don't know that executives don't want to come in and settle in a wonderful, walkable neighborhood of older houses, smaller houses. We don't know. But we are treating R1 differently than we are any other. We've singled it out, and I think that is inappropriate to do that.
Jeff, I think we talked about this at one time, but what are the benefits to having R1, like from a zoning, kind of having an open-ended, like there's a category of zoning where, you know, things don't fit into a bucket, so you have, you know, can you talk to that? Or am I making stuff up?
I can try. We'll see if I can get to where I think we're going. You know, one of the things that we've always done with this updating process is we wanted to make open a lot more avenues for housing, and not just, you know, housing that we may not have in the code, but just, you know, giving options and opportunities available for whatever somebody might be looking for or whatever they're needing at that point in life. And so that was one of the overarching things we were doing as part of this, was just to make sure that we had every option and opportunity in there and available as much as we could. And so that's why you see, I think, some of the differential programming as you move from R1 to 5 or M1 to go through the M districts there, is we just didn't want to preclude anything because we just didn't know what people might like, what might be out there, or if that's something that somebody is seeking, we wanted to have that as an option for someone to put on the market. So, I mean, it's not like there was a high level on that one. We were just trying to make sure that we left all the doors open just in case, because what we learned with the current land development code is when you start closing those doors, you start getting products sometimes you don't like, or you start seeing things you don't necessarily you don't want to have out there. Right. And so that was one of the things that we, you know, Elizabeth and Gabby and staff talked about was, you know, how do you make opportunities and options available? And that was kind of what we were striving with when we had that intent.
Thank you. Thank you. If there's no other questions, I'd like to enter, you know,
Well, what are we going to do with this, though?
I want to ask for a vote. I want to see how many commissioners are willing to take a vote on this. I'm just going to start with Commissioner Eldridge. What is your take, stance?
I think we need to give more time.
Okay.
What is that? I'm sorry, what are we voting on?
The vote. So if the vote will be the vote would be the land development code as was published on Monday.
Okay. Okay, so we're not going to address the R1.
No, I don't think the. If I let's pull the commission on that. Is there any interest in changing the R1 density or definition as we discussed? Commissioner Eldridge?
I don't want to change the R1, but I want to move RS10 into R2, so it would be consistent with Plan 2040.
Okay. Commissioner Crawford, leave language as is or any changes?
As is.
Commissioner Munch?
I'm satisfied with our discussion on this point previously.
As
Commissioner
is.
Rexroad? Yeah. I'm satisfied.
That's it.
Commissioner Hayden?
I would want to see R1 be more consistent with the comprehensive plan.
The comprehensive plan. Commissioner Thomas? So just the straw poll, I think we leave the language as is, based on the straw poll. So
5-4.
5-4.
Which I think is the exact vote it was the last time.
Yeah, I think so. I think.
Commissioner Ashworth,
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Ashworth. Sorry. I don't want him.
Well, as before, I would like to see R1 changed. If not eliminated, then I would like to limit consolidation or lot size.
Right. So it is 5-4.
What I've stated
It is
before.
5-4. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. If there are no other items, I would like to entertain a vote on the whole LDC. Go ahead, Commissioner Ashworth. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do have a couple other things that I want to clarify before we do that.
Sure.
One is that just in reading, I just want to make sure, I thought we had a discussion when we talked about residential density exceptions. So this is one of the things that Elizabeth has highlighted. And I'm remembering the conversation a little differently. So I had thought we talked about that a detached dwelling could be replaced by a detached dwelling, even if it was the original dwelling was intentionally torn down. Now, it reads as though that you can rebuild a detached dwelling if the original has been damaged or destroyed by any act except through intentional destruction. And I was under the impression that if somebody wanted to come in to R2 and R1 and R2, if they wanted to take down that old house and rebuild a new detached dwelling, that was going to be okay. That's the way I understood the conversation.
And Commissioner Ashworth, for what it's worth, that's how I recollected it as well. I share your understanding of what our landing spot was.
Thank you. And it doesn't read like that to me.
Correct.
Okay.
That is not my recollection. We did it on a mid-month. We talked about it and said, if through some natural disaster, but if you choose to come in and tear it down, I thought even then we said, then you've opened it up again.
Agreed. I think that was the nature of the initial discussion at the mid-month, but then I recall that we also addressed it last month at the full meeting. And I recall in particular, Commissioner Ashworth, your comment that you'd seen a number of lots in nice neighborhoods with a dilapidated house torn down and replaced with a wonderful residence to go forward. So I thought that was a good point.
And I know we've talked about it, that we could go back and look at the video and see what we really did. But several times it has been brought up that having a written documentation of what we do, we could look at it right now.
Let me ask
that was not my recollection of what we decided.
Elizabeth, what is your take on that, Elizabeth?
What I recollect is what you're looking at, but I am not infallible. So I can go back and listen if that's the preference of the group, and it will reflect that last discussion at the mid-month meeting, or you guys could run one more straw poll with the language saying a single-family detached unit could be replaced in the R1 or R2. Let's clarify that too. So single-family detached in R1 or R2 can be replaced with a single-family detached, no strings attached.
And as part of that conversation, we removed the R3. Okay. I remember that distinctly.
We did do that.
I remember that too.
And I think the removal of R3 was really the only change that we'd made to it. This was language that we put together in, I think, our very first discussion as a planning commission on the code. And it was to answer the question, well, if my house burns down, am I allowed to rebuild it?
Right. Termite damage.
Apparently I was stuck on the house burns down part.
So we added the language here.
I
don't know why we would exclude R3 from this, though.
Because the density was getting higher there.
As I recall the conversation, we were looking at, can somebody come into R1 or R2, tear down a house and rebuild a detached dwelling? Now, we said that couldn't happen in R3. There would be a minimum density requirement in R3, that they wouldn't be able to do that. But it was my recollection that we were going to allow people to do that in R1 and R2.
I don't think that they would be able to replace what was there unless it was torn down. But this says specifically, Sharon, that by any act except through intentional destruction. So if you tear a house down, you can't just rebuild it without.
That's what we're taking issue with.
Okay.
That language reflects the landing spot of the discussion last month.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I know that's where we started. Maybe we backed off of that.
I'm going to see if, poll the commission, are we, so the required minimum density,
I'm sorry, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, B or C, I think would be the
B or
poll.
C, yeah. Commissioner Eldridge, B or C?
Well, okay. I thought we were just talking about the question about intentional destruction.
So one basically says you can only rebuild your house if it's destroyed by, fire or something like that. The other one says if you want to rebuild it, you can rebuild it.
You can ignore density standards.
You can ignore density standards if there's an existing, unless you've torn it
I
down.
would support that.
So you're C? That's C.
So I'm C.
You're C, okay, you're C.
What we just described was B, though, I think.
But you're Commissioner Eldridge, you're saying that you want to build it even if it's not a natural disaster. You want to be able to,
Right.
Okay, Commissioner Crawford.
Same.
Same?
Yeah, same.
Commissioner
I'm
Munch.
fine replacing like with like.
Like with like, Commissioner Rex, right?
So, just to make sure I understand, C says that you can go into any neighborhood, tear something down, and ignore minimum density standards when you rebuild.
When you rebuild.
That's what C says?
Right.
I don't support.
Just in R1 or R2?
I think that should only apply in cases where you've lost it through some unintended action. But if we say that, I mean, what's there's nothing here that on redevelopment that stops any kind of development from occurring then. So if you're going to go into a dense neighborhood and tear down what exists, this C says that you can ignore the minimum density standards when you rebuild. I guess we lose a forcing function on density if we do that.
Only in R2, though. I mean, I don't disagree with you. That's where my brain was going to. But on R1, you can rebuild what you have anyway because what you have is allowed. Yeah. So, like, to say that this would apply in R1 and R2 isn't necessarily going to have, it's not going to have the same effect in R1 as it have in R2.
I'm still
but I still understand the problem. The problem is R2. What it does is it kind of gets rid of the minimum density in R2.
I'm tired and I missed that it said only R1 and R2. So, but I'm still the same way. This is a force function on that. And I think that the only way you should be able to ignore the density changes on redevelopment is if there's been some natural disaster or unintended disaster that took the structure.
Got it.
So I'm a B.
You're a B.
Sorry for all, it took a long time to get there, but I'm a B.
I think I am also, I lean towards more density, even though this is an equity thing where we seem to be choosing like sort of punishing R2, but R1 can do whatever. But I'm also in the B camp, so I'm B.
I'm C.
You're C, okay.
Yes. I believe that it's a landowner house. And
property.
If you want to rebuild what you already have, why not? If you have a 150-year-old home, you want to rebuild it with the exact same thing home, just brand new.
Right.
Go for it. Go and do it. You don't have to be attached to a minimum. No, you're replacing the same thing with the same thing. What's the damage?
Sure.
That's
Hey, absolutely. Commissioner Hayden? Yeah, absolutely.
I just have a question. I'm still trying. So it says B, I'm looking at B, and it says required minimum density is not applicable to redevelopment of a single unit detached dwelling located in an R1 or R2 if it has been damaged or destroyed except through an act of intention.
Natural.
So, but do we need R1 in there? Because couldn't you, is there a minimum density in R1? I mean, there is no, I mean, we're pretending like there's a minimum density in R1 the way that B's written, but there is no minimum density in R1. And I mean, I just don't like that. I hate to say bait and switch, but I hate to, like, I mean, that is just not applicable to R1. So what we're really talking about is required minimum density is not applicable in R2 that's been damaged or destroyed, except through an intentional act. Isn't that right?
Fair.
So then when I think about really how do I want R2 to be handled, and so different than what Commissioner Rex wrote, I think your example was if there was a multi-unit, I could go in and tear it down and rebuild. And I don't think C allows that, because C does say replacement of a single unit detached dwelling. So C would only apply if you tore down a single unit detached dwelling in R2. Then you could rebuild that in R2.
I guess the
B
minimum-
says that as well. It says single unit detached dwelling. So they're the same. The only language that's truly different beyond the strikeouts is intentional or not intentional.
Exactly. But not only now that we have the other additional strikeouts.
Yes.
And I'm not thinking necessarily multi-unit, I'm thinking minimum density. So if I come in, I have something, it meets all the code today, and I tear it down, what C says is I can ignore minimum density. When I rebuild, single family, I can ignore minimum density.
If what you tear down is a single unit detached.
Yes. Yeah.
Right, yeah. So it says that you can tear
Still
down
gonna
a
build
single
it.
unit detached.
But all of a sudden, I can spread out greater than what minimum density requires if we adopt C.
Yes.
Doesn't that kind of undo what we're trying to do with the code?
I'm trying to process that in my head, right? Exactly. That's why I was trying to figure out exactly what the language was saying.
And I'm fine with
I was-
taking R1 off, I think.
I will
Right,
give,
'cause it doesn't do anything.
I will give Chelsea more time to think about it. I'm going to say B.
Okay.
So you now have more time to think about it.
Put all the pressure on me. Everybody hates me for keeping us here.
What was Commissioner Ashworth?
Commissioner Ashworth hasn't voted yet.
Yeah, go ahead. Turn to her else.
She's the one who raised it.
Commissioner Ashworth, are you?
As most people know, I'm a great advocate for infill and density, and throughout this thing, I have leaned towards in that direction. This to me was just giving an option in that single family neighborhood. If somebody wanted to come in, wanted to move, into town closer, they still had that option of taking what's possibly an old dilapidated building and building a single family structure in those neighborhoods. It was just to give an option for that.
So are you C?
So you're a C.
Yes, I am C.
Okay, you're a C. So
then it's 5.
Yeah, so I think we're already the majority already says C then.
I am irrelevant.
Your vote still counts. Your vote still counts.
You can abstain.
Your vote still counts.
No, that's great. I'm leaning towards C as well.
C as well. Okay, C. C carries it.
C carries it, okay.
Carries it.
I would just like to say real quick, part of the reason I am for a C is I do think it creates a little bit more of the equity that I'm concerned about between the R1 and the R2.
Yeah.
And so that is why I'm a C.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Commission. Thank you, Elizabeth. So can we...
I still have one more question.
Oh, go ahead.
Just another technical question, just to make sure.
Yeah.
I had an outstanding question about Airbnbs because they were not listed in R1 and 2 for the principal use table for short-term rentals. And the reason I bring this up is just because I was part of the Planning Commission when this whole Airbnb issue came up, and I just want to make sure. I don't really have at least right now, I don't have an opinion on that. I just want to know what the impact of not listing short-term rentals in R1 and R2, what that means for our current, how that changes our current understanding of Airbnbs.
Hang on one second, because I thought they were allowed. They're in the, wait.
So it was the principal use table, short-term rentals. I did not see that they were allowed in R1 and R2, and I wanted to know if that was intentional. Because we currently allow them for owner occupied. And then again, I don't know if this gets complicated with ADUs and whatnot.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for giving me a second to check. You are spot on, as my British baking friends say. So I'll pop this up and share it with everybody so you can see what this conversation is. So first off, before we go down, I think I just put the wrong screen up. Hold on. Before we go down a big road, I'm sorry. Commissioner Ashworth, do I hear you saying we just got it wrong? The short-term rental should be allowed in R1 and R2?
I don't know if it's wrong or not. I just want to know, was that the intent, was to disallow it in R1 and R2? And because that to me changes what we currently do now. So I just want to confirm that this is what we're thinking. Is
definitely no intent
Airbnbs in
on
R1
our part. Let's turn to Jeff and Becky, because this could just be a consultant mistake that we're just coming around to right now. So, and I can check the current code also.
Yeah, because what I've going back and looking there is there was a difference between owner-occupied and non-owner occupied in the way that the licensing worked.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I think I can clarify. There's no short-term rentals allowed in residential zoning currently.
Say that one more time, please.
Except for owner-occupied. There's no short-term rentals allowed in residential.
Yes.
Okay, so then my confusion is the fact that I took this to mean, because I knew if it was owner occupied, I understood that there was no Airbnb unless it was owner occupied, but I didn't know how that owner occupation applied in this table. Because there's no distinction in this table between owner occupied and not.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay, so I think we're going to have to change out the table to add a line that says owner occupied, not owner occupied, and then clarify. I think it got rolled up too much.
Mm-hmm.
I just bring this up because it was a major discussion that the community had. So I just want to make sure.
Appreciate it. No, I appreciate it.
It reads like it's supposed to.
Okay, so I'm going to
That's what I understand.
Oops. Okay, we'll go back and clean it up. So it will clarify the distinction between an owner-occupied unit where it is allowed and a non-owner-occupied unit where it's not allowed.
Your data has to change.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ashworth, keep going if you have other stuff.
No, the only other comments I have are pretty much for City Commission ears, just to think about some minor tweaks. I'd like to see that there's more cargo biking lots near things that demand cargo, like grocery stores and retail. Would be one minor tweak. I had the other one was there was a gentleman who came to speak about exterior lighting, and there was some kind of standards, that international standards or something he was referring to and asking that the city follow along with updates to that. I can't remember what they're called.
Yeah, I do remember that as well. We'll see if we can track it down and,
So just a note. And then the only other note I have is that we've already discussed, I am a proponent of removing minimum parking standards, but I've already been on record for that. And once again, I would like the City Commission to discuss enforcement issues, especially as they're related to occupancy and noise and all the other things that people are worried about with these changes.
I'm sorry, going back to the comment Commissioner just made, didn't we say no minimum parking on new development?
Correct.
Right? So
Correct.
Right.
And commercial.
There you go. Okay. So we're good there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was like, okay.
It's only in redevelopment. When the change was one per bedroom, all the way down to one per dwelling unit.
Exactly.
For existing.
So, but noted.
On a definition for assisted living, didn't we get rid of age? And here it is. Here it is. Age appears in the definition for assisted living.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I was still messing around with short-term rentals over here.
Oh.
Okay, we'll get the age out.
I captured that.
I have a question on process because I guess from what I understand, if we make a recommendation tonight, we're not in a position to direct how the process unfolds from here. But it's the case or a good possibility that the city commission is going to spend more than one meeting with this. I think the timeline referred to there being a first reading of the code. And so I would hope that there would be some kind of additional process at their level moving forward. And I guess this is primarily for the public's benefit, that I hope you recognize that regardless of what we do tonight, this code is not final. There is still opportunity to review that draft that was provided on Monday, to weigh in on that, to have these conversations, to have direct feedback to the city commission. And if you feel that there's still need to extend the process or add additional steps to it, I think they're better positioned to make that call than we are. So I would just note that tonight. Appreciate everybody's feedback and participation throughout this months-long process here, but it's not over yet.
Sorry, Mandy, no public comment, but yeah, sorry.
So,
thank you, Commissioner Munch. I think that's important for the public to hear that this is not the end; it's the beginning. If we, depending on how we vote, but it's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to get a sense for that. Where we are. There's we're at this time. I don't want to stop anybody from raising any other issues. If there are more to talk about tonight, I'll go as long as you want to. But if we are at a point where we feel like we've done what we can do, the process that we've imagined is that the steering committee and the planning commission is going to help surface what the big items are, not necessarily every line that's in the 500 plus pages. And I honestly feel like over the last 6 months in planning and the previous 2 years in Sturco that we've done that. And that we've got to a body of code that none of us has agreed with every single thing that's in it. Not a single one of us. I mean, if we're voting on does it match exactly what I want, well, of course the answer is no. But does it, for me, does this body of work represent the collective of this group? I feel that it does. Have we done a good job of articulating, surfacing the questions and issues? As Commissioner Ashworth has called out a couple of times where she said, look, I'm saying this for city commissioners. Have we done that? I honestly believe that we have, just for me. And if we go forward with a vote tonight, I would vote to vote yes on sending this forward for the city commission to take next steps, knowing that those next steps are a public hearing, and then a 5-month process where this is all distilled, where it comes back again to planning for another cut at any of the other things that might come up between now and then another vote with City Commission. So this is we're not done. We're just not at the finish line. We're at a milestone. Yep. So for me, I'm very comfortable with sending this on to the city and getting the next round of processes going.
Just as a point of clarification on that one, if you send it up, it only comes back to you if the city commission remands it back to you. So your vote tonight will do that. It'll send it up for their consideration. They may remand it to you for further discussion on that item, but short of that, it would stay at their level. So if the calendar that we kind of sketched out is they do their first reading, their second reading, and goes to publication, then it goes into effect on April 1st.
I'll trust you. That's different than what I had been described to me, but I'll trust you on that.
Yeah. So the Planning Commission's vote would send it up, and the only way it comes back is if Planning Commission, it's remanded to Planning Commission.
The city sends it back.
Correct.
All right.
Just so everybody had that same information there.
Yeah, and I actually was going to ask Randy to weigh in on that, just to kind of be clear about that, also for the public, because there are Kansas statutes that kind of shepherd the process from here. That's not to say that text amendments won't come back through the Planning Commission at a variety of different times,
That's what
right?
it was, yeah.
But I do think it's important, Randy, I want to, well, this isn't really a question for Randy. I think it's really important that, I don't know if this is a question for staff or for Elizabeth or whom, but the October draft, there will be, if we were to vote on the October draft as it is presented here, it's my understanding, I just want to make sure I'm clear on that, there will be no changes to it unless they were just discussed tonight and we vote with those changes. It will then go to the City Commission with that, and they'll do whatever they do with that, but it will be the text that we have recommended this evening. Is that correct, number one? That's my first question.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, that is correct. What will go before the City Commission is what is the text that you approve tonight or disapprove tonight, either way. But it's the document you're considering based on changes you make now.
And then just for clarity, can you explain then statutorily what that process is, just so we're clear? There is not, it doesn't come back to us, right? But it goes up and then the City Commission does what with it?
The City Commission can approve or disapprove or can make modifications. If it disagrees with the Planning Commission, it has to be by a supermajority. There would have to be 4 out of the 5 commissioners vote in favor of that. They can also remand it back to the Planning Commission to make other considerations or to consider other changes. And then the Planning Commission would make further recommendations or make no recommendations at all. And it would go back to the City Commission at that point in time for a final decision.
Great, and thank you. And so we could see it through that process, or we may see it through text amendments over a period of time.
That is correct. Yes, there would be, once it's enacted, there will be text amendments going forward as, the law will be changed at some point in time to make corrections or to say this might work better or this isn't working, those types of things that you can't necessarily always foresee when you put together a large code like this.
Thank you.
And those will come to us, right? Like the text amendments will come to us.
Correct. That would be that kind of that shakedown process we were talking about of living with it and then coming back with, probably a series of changes to make sure it works. So that would come back before you and probably be something we would ask you to initiate as part of that process. But yeah, that would be coming back because that would go into that new process to update the code.
So just for clarity, that 5-month period where we're burning things through and getting them settled, there's going to be lots of things that are going to be changing. Won't that come back to us as a text amendment before final adoption?
We wouldn't be changing at that, necessarily at that point.
Changing substance.
We'd be, if we need to get like if we had a number transposed or we didn't spell Lawrence correctly or, I can't imagine what it would be, but like those little things that you got to do to make it so it's clarity in there, that would be, you clean, that happens all the time, is you clean up as you're going towards that ordinance because you find that you don't have the numbers right or you get something a little out of sequence. So those scriveners, those non-substantive kind of things like that, that would get adjusted as it's going through the process and coming up. But if there was a policy discussion or a large item in there that we, if we look at it and go like, that is totally not working, that would be a text amendment we'd bring back and go through the process at that point.
Okay.
So that 5-month process where we're kind of writing 2 staff reports and doing it, that's part of our way of stress testing it to make sure that it's doing what we're asking for it. And so that would feed into that cleanup amendment, that shakedown amendment that we would see probably in the first 5-6 months after the code's been enacted.
Okay. We won't see it until after April.
Right, because we won't really know what that looks like. So I would think, you're probably looking at this time, theoretically, if that calendar holds on April 1, you're looking probably about, October, November of seeing that first amendment of, here's all the things we found that weren't quite dialed in.
Yeah.
It's just clear that it will be, and well, I don't know that it will be, but if it were to, it will be enacted likely. Like if they vote on it and vote to approve it, it will be enacted and it will be law. Then there'll be that period, that 5-month period you were kind of talking about, and then it may come back through the process of a text amendment. So it would become law if it goes through the process that Randy was just mentioning once it goes up, which is.
And you said you want us to initiate. What does that mean, Jeff?
Typically what will happen is we will bring, and this is how it's always been done in the past, and we have to check the code to make sure we still do it. But you'll see us bring an amendment initiation to you saying, we have found these things in here. Would you please initiate this amendment so we can get that cleaned up?
Okay.
So the Planning Commission and the City Commission can both initiate amendments to the code as part of that process. So we just, want to make sure that we don't want to do the work and then find out no one wants us to do the work. So to be effective with staff time, let's initiate and then we'll put pen on paper.
And just to clarify, in terms of the calendar, steering committee meets tomorrow. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what the city commission will see is what we're talking about tonight, and then whatever steering committee comes up with tomorrow. I mean, whatever that is. If there's a change, if there's any change.
Correct. It would be for them to comment on the things that you've adjusted that we kind of highlighted tonight that they haven't had a chance to see on that one. It's also an opportunity for them to have that final discussion about, we would still recommend this, and if they want to, have that as we saw Planning Commission did this, they voted on that, but we still think this is an option. It's an opportunity for them to kind of just get those last comments in and also to reflect on what your conversations have been and see if they agree with the changes that you put forward that we highlighted in that presentation earlier.
Thank you. And just for clarification, is that a public meeting?
It is.
It is. So the public can attend it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I have one other question. Go ahead. Go first.
I don't know that I have, in the time I've been on the Planning Commission, felt more uncomfortable about our voting tonight. When we were given this charge, it was the steering committee has, I think, done yeoman duty, to say the least. Spent hours and hours and hours doing things. Then their recommendations were supposed to be given to us. We would look at them. And now the steering committee is meeting tomorrow. And I think that was not the charge I understood, that we were to be taking their information, looking at it, having public comment. And tonight, the people that were here are probably the most informed people and have stayed up on this process from day one. And everybody here tonight, save perhaps one person, said, don't do it. We need more time. We didn't get this till 5:30 Monday. Don't do it. Don't do it. And I'll just say to people, well, I guess we don't care what you think. What you want to add is not what we want to hear. And steering committee, you people who did all this work, guess we don't want to hear what you want either. I feel so uncomfortable about this process. So my vote will be no, because I don't think we followed the process like we were charged with from the very beginning. And yet, I have every reason to believe we will send this on tonight.
I think the charge came from the city commission. They gave us a process to follow. Is that, Jeff? Is that correct?
Correct. They established the steering committee and they established the process. And at the last steering committee meeting, they elected to have another meeting following your meeting tonight to just have that touch point of a conversation to it.
And I think that's great. The steering committee obviously feels the need to do that, and I appreciate the work that they have done, but I don't think that was our charge. I don't think that is what... How can we benefit? We're going to vote, steering committee looks, how can we possibly benefit? And I can't in good conscience vote for this based upon public input that I thought I thought the public gave input from people who have studied this, looked at it, and have represented whoever. Michael Ullman represents all of the neighborhoods. And they're saying, don't do it. Don't do this. And then to hear tonight that the steering committee didn't even vote on one thing. I am dumbfounded. How did was it just pulled out of the air? To
I invite you, Charlie. It's all public. It's all recorded. I invite you to your own judgment.
It may be. I'm just saying.
Decisions. I sit in that committee, and I'm telling you, there's a different perspective on that.
Maybe there was or wasn't a vote. I mean, there's no perspective on whether.
I'd invite you to go back and watch it yourselves.
All right, there may be loud voices, there may be people who control the conversation, but there is not a vote. And that's not going to change whether I watch it or not. And I agree with Charlie's concern. I think that we have to wait at least another month.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing to what Commissioner Thomas said. I mean, I hear what the public's concerns are, and I hear what you're saying. I do think, though, that this is not going to be perfect. It's not going to, there's going to be things that we are not anticipating. And I'm quoting you. You said this a few meetings ago, where you're gonna that things are not going to be right. But I think it captures the spirit of Plan 2040. And some of the things that Plan 2040 wanted to do was increase density, other things as well. But that's the one thing that comes to mind. And I think what we're trying to do is trying to accomplish that. I don't think that it's going to be perfect. But I feel like
my job on saying this is not to tell anybody else what to do. I'm telling you what I think. I'm not trying to convince anyone else. I am saying, here is how I see the world, and I don't feel comfortable with it.
And Commissioner Thomas, what my point is, if we don't get it out there, we're not going to be able to fix it, right? The longer we take, the longer it's going to take to figure out what the problems with it are.
If you were trying to convince me that's
no, I'm just telling you that we need to see 2 years of work. What is it going to look like? I want to so that's my Commissioner Hayden. Are you comfortable with us voting?
I have a question first.
Go ahead.
Is it, okay, I don't want to switch topics.
I'm just polling to see if we're ready to vote.
Okay, no, I had another question for Randy. I had two questions. We talked the first one. And actually, my second question may help me know how I feel about this topic. We had talked about, so the process under Kansas statute, the process from here is that we'll recommend something, and it will move forward, and then there's a variety of options the City Commission has. One of the options that you mentioned was modification, and I'm just curious as to what is the process for modification? You'd mentioned something about a supermajority was required if something, and then I was just, so if they disagreed with or something with what we did, and I'm wondering how that plays in with modification. And the reason for my question is just we send something, I get what you're saying, we send something up and then another thing goes up, and so there's two recommendations kind of pending, maybe one from the steering committee and one from the planning commission, and I'm just trying to figure out what that looks like at the next stage. And the only thing I know to tie it to is the statute. So I'm just wondering what the statute would say about that, how that process will play out.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. For the, once it gets to the, once the Planning Commission makes a recommendation, it goes to the City Commission. If the City Commission agrees with the recommendation of the Planning Commission, it takes a simple majority to do that. To overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission or to modify it, it will take a supermajority.
I missed that. Thank you.
So if the Planning Commission recommends denial of it and it goes up and the City Commission votes 4-5 to approve it, they can overturn it. But if it's 3-5, it doesn't get overturned. The recommendation is still denial. And then we have to figure out what else we're going to do to make this pass. If they want to make other changes or things like that, again, that would take 4 out of 5 to make those changes.
Thank you.
And they will only officially, they will only be considering the recommendation of the Planning Commission. The recommendations or anything that the steering committee does would be something similar to what somebody from the general public would be submitting. And they might be able to, look at that and say, yeah, we like this or we don't like that. But it would be no different than anybody else's testimony or their comments during public comment.
Thank you, Randy.
Okay, if we vote tonight?
I think I'm fine if we vote. I mean, I understand and I hear the expressed concerns about voting tonight, but I'm still have a lot of concerns with compliance with the comprehensive plan, particularly Plan 2040 and the R1 issues that have already been discussed. So that's kind of where I'm at.
I'm okay voting, and one of the reasons is because I would like to answer the last question you had, is that what will happen if we wait another 2 years?
Yes.
And my opinion is this: we're going to end up in the exact same place,
Right.
where 4 or 3 or 6 of us will have an opinion, and the rest will have another opinion, and the same thing for the public. We have to take it to the basic level. We're humans. We all will never agree on the exact same things. It's not going to happen. We don't dress the same way. We don't eat the same thing. We don't like the same things.
But we like your restaurant.
But what I'm trying to say is that we're going to end up in the exact same spot, maybe with a different group, opposing to the changes that we probably will make in 2 years. We're humans. It's going to happen. The only thing that we can focus is on the process, and I feel comfortable voting yes, so we can take the next step. And it's going to take 4 months, 5 months, and then another group with a different set of opinions can have a crack at it. Because there's no other way. We already got to a conclusion. Yes, we might change a few things if we wait another month, but at the end, what we change, I'm not going to like it. He's not going to like it. He might agree with it. But we're going to end up in the same spot. So another group can take a crack at it and see if they can get to a conclusion.
Yep.
And that's my opinion on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Baroto. Thank you very much. Commissioner Rexroad, you comfortable if we vote tonight?
I'm voting. We could, defer, but the question I ask is, would there be a material change in the decisions we've made? And I'm with you. I think we've done a really good job of surfacing the big issues. I think we've got the different opinions that are out there, which is our job. We're not the final decision on it. I think it's time to send it to the City Commission and let them take the next step in the process.
I share in those sentiments.
Commissioner Crawford? Commissioner Eldridge?
I don't disagree with what everyone has said, except for the fact that what we're voting on is a document that we did not receive within the time frame that we say we have to have things in order to vote, and in order to give the public an opportunity to review and comment on. Some people who have been following it closely all along have told you what they wanted to say tonight, but they have not had sufficient time to do the review. I don't believe this should go on for another 2 years, but I believe that we have an absolute responsibility to follow a reasonable process in terms of when do we put things out there? When do we give members of the public an opportunity to comment after they've had a chance to review it? And I think voting tonight is insufficient. I think we have to give public notice that what we're voting on is the October 21 draft. And I think we should take it up at our next Planning Commission meeting for exactly that reason. Now, I had an informal conversation with one member of the City Commission, who also happens to chair the steering committee, who didn't seem to think a 1 month difference would matter. And that gives me even more reason to think we ought to give the public the opportunity to.
Randy, is there a legal requirement, Randy, that we have to wait or we have to publish before the vote?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I don't believe that that's the case, but I'm going to defer to Jeff on this. I'm not sure exactly the notice requirements and what we have done in the past.
So yeah, we did put this on the legal agenda, or at least the legal publication for this tonight. And yes, we did get the item a little late to get it on the item there, but we also wanted to make sure that we were trying to meet your expectation of having a copy to understand what that is. And so we were always working from that fact that we would be making conditions to the adoption review draft, but we thought this would be able to help kind of, as Elizabeth said, kind of bring that together so you could see those changes and kind of see that clarity of what that has been to kind of help out.
Got it. So it has been published. I mean, the expectations that we vote tonight.
The motion, we
would take up the land development code.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, just like some clarity on that. Is the question, the way I heard the question, is there a requirement that we publish the draft that we would be, it was legal, like we noticed that we would be hearing it. And I'm just curious if there's a requirement or a standard procedure that the city follows as far as publishing the draft that will be voted on prior to the vote, a certain amount of days before the vote. Like not just the fact that, oh, hey, we're going to take this action, right? We definitely provided legal notice that we're going to take this action.
Right.
My question is just like, do we need to provide on this document? Like, this is what we're going to recommend.
Right, exactly.
And that's my question. I don't
Are we
know
out
the
of
answer.
compliance in some way?
The best of my knowledge, no. There's been other items that we've brought memos up or we've brought additional information on items as it became available. And so they were already on your agenda and we've added them as an additional item to it in the past. So if there was a memo or we got a different, a correction on a drawing or something like that, we've always updated those. So when you had the information, we got it to you so you could at least have it as part of your packet for the vote and consideration.
But this isn't just, I guess what I'm talking about is not just like adding information to the packet, but the fact that this is a code. It's a legislative process and this is a code. So do we need to publish the draft code and give the public an opportunity to see that within a certain amount of time and comment, or I don't think public comment's required, but like does the code have to have been presented to the public in a meaningful way is my question, just because it's a code, not simply because it was added to the packet or updated letters or public comment or something, but because it's a code. That's what my question.
I think everything we vote on is legal, right? When we make a zone requirement change or something like that, and we add addendums or we add edits to the request of the city, right? We're not sending that out for another month and waiting on that to come back for public comment. We are making those changes live on the air, if you will, on the fly, and we are voting on them in the moment. And I believe this follows the same trajectory. The three of those.
I'm just curious if they're legislative. I don't know the answer. I'm just wondering if there's a statute, a Kansas statute that says when a local government is creating code or creating law, they have to publish it.
Randy's
I
coming
don't
on.
have the
I see
answer.
Randy.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City. I'm not aware of anything regarding that special requirements regarding code. There are certain things that are required when it's quasi-judicial, that there's notice, opportunity to be heard, and that type of deal. But in a legislative issue like this, I'm not aware of any statutory requirements or due process even requirements that require any type of publication or time frames like that.
Thank you, Randy.
Yeah, so
Commissioner Ashworth was.
Commissioner Ashworth, you had your hand raised? Sorry.
Well, she was last one, maybe to weigh in on.
Oh, yeah. Are you comfortable voting tonight, Commissioner Ashworth? Okay. That's right. Before I take the vote, I want to say that this isn't the last opportunity for the public to weigh in on this. I know there are going to be concerns. I know there are things that we're not anticipating. And I think we're going to rely on you guys to hold us accountable, hold the planning department accountable, and surface issues, and let's make it work. So that being said, I would ask for a motion.
So I'd be happy to do that. Before I do, I'd like to read 3 changes that we talked about and agreed to. I want to make sure that I've got that language right. So please feel free to correct me. Change 1 was a change in the residential density exception on rebuild of family dwellings. We took option C. Do I need to say more than option C, or do you want me to spell that out?
Wouldn't mind spelling that out. Just make sure we got that captured correctly.
Elizabeth has the language.
She's pulled it up.
Elizabeth has the language, so as long as we're comfortable with her language.
All right, so I'm going to be slow. I'm going to flip around some screens. So
This is Randy Larkin. We may want to change single family to single unit to be consistent.
Single unit, okay.
Which is what she has.
She has single unit.
Yep.
Or there's single family in C.
Well, so yeah, there's both.
Right.
We just wanted to say the same thing. Okay.
I would think so.
Good catch, Randy. Thank you.
And fast reader.
The second one was change short-term rental table to specify owner-occupied qualification. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. The third one was remove age from definition on assisted living.
Yes.
Which I triple support. All right, with that.
And that is the square footage on the R1 that
Yes.
went from 10,000 to 5,000.
The typo.
I think she's changed that already because it was a mistake as opposed to a change we're making.
It was just a typo, I think.
Well, okay.
Yeah, it was in a slide.
We'll clarify. Elizabeth, you got the R1.
10,000.
I'm not trying to skip it, but yeah.
Yeah.
The R1 is 5,000. You've got that change.
Does that need to be motioned as a part of the?
Yeah. Yes, because after we take our vote this evening, there should be no changes to the October, to whatever it is that goes out. So there should be no typo changes, no changes until it moves on to the next stage.
All right.
Right? So,
Gotcha.
so I
Great
think
point.
that.
Great point.
that needs to-
So the fourth item would be change R1 minimum lot size to 5,000 square feet. Right. All right. So Elizabeth, if you just to help me out, if you'd put the language on the residential density exception back up on the screen so I can see it there, please. Thank you. All right. Make a motion that we forward a recommendation for approval to the City Commission on the adoption of the revised Land Development Code of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, an associated conversion map is adopted on the effective date, enacting a new Chapter 20 of the Code of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, establishing comprehensive zoning regulations and other land use regulations with the following changes. Number one, required minimum density is not applicable to replacement of a single unit detached dwelling with a single unit detached dwelling in an R2 district. Number two, to change the short-term rental table to specify owner-occupied qualification. Number three, to remove age from the definition of assisted living. Number four, to change R1 minimum lot size to 5,000 square feet.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second. Thank you. Any discussion?
I just want it noted that I'm going to be voting against it because I don't think we've provided significant due process to the people who are here tonight, and more importantly, to the people who don't know anything about the changes that
Right.
were introduced on October 21st. And that one of the most egregious changes, I believe, is the downgrading of the importance of Plan 2040 by eliminating the fact all through the code, any place where it used to say as implemented 2040, we have reduced that. And that makes me very sad. But that's why I need to vote against it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other?
Yeah, I would just like to say there's a lot in here that I am really supportive of, and I'm looking forward to moving in the direction that we're going. But I, too, am going to have to vote against it because I believe I still have serious issues with the way that we're treating R1, and I think it's I don't think it is consistent with the express language and the spirit of the comprehensive plan, particularly Plan 2040, regarding the density requirements and the density that we're wanting to see, and that it will push it farther out and into other locations and maybe out into the county. And so that will be why I'm going to have to vote against it.
I would just add that I'll be voting to support sending this on. I think we've done a tremendous job getting at big issues that are going to have generational impact for our community. As I'd mentioned before, I'm supporting it not because I think it's a perfect document, but because I think that through the work we've done, we've surfaced these things. We've listened to the public, we've listened to each other, not agreed on everything, but we've surfaced those differences, and what is in here on each of those items, even though many of them, if not most of them, were split in vote, they represented the majority of the group. And it's now in the hands of the city commission to take that information and decide what to do finally. But I really do appreciate everybody and the work you put in. And whether I agree with you or not, I just appreciate the sincerity of the work that's been done.
Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. I'd like to put a plug in for the user's guide, Jeff. I feel like you guys need to make sure that gets done. And with that being said, I'll entertain, can we vote? All in favor? Go ahead, you want to say something?
I'd also like to comment. So as we've discussed this over the last several months, there have been a number of issues that I'm on record as not being supportive of particular terms and conditions that ended up in this version of the code. As has been stated, I think that's the case for all of us. One thing that I would just like to flag for the City Commission's consideration in particular is I continue to have serious concerns about the parking changes in parking minimums with respect to existing established neighborhoods when we don't have an overarching parking plan in place. And I think we don't need to rehash all of that. We had great discussion on this point last month, but just wanted to raise that again as that continues to be top of mind for me.
Absolutely.
I agree with you on that one too.
Mr. Crawford, anything you want to say before we vote? Nope. Any discussion?
I'd like to say one more thing. I would just like to thank Gary for his work representing the Planning Commission through this process. As the chair, and then as the person that we've been elected to represent, and even as the person who was shadowing the person who was representing the Planning Commission over all these years. So thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. That really means a lot to me. Thank you.
So, Commissioner Thomas, did you want to say anything?
I think I've let my feelings be well known.
Okay, so all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, Commissioner Ashworth as well. All against, nay?
Nay.
Nay.
It's 6-3.
6-3.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks to the public for hanging with us, and I hope we don't make your life messy with what we just voted on, but please hold us accountable. So, there's one more item on the agenda tonight. So who's presenting? That's Becky.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead, Becky.
Are you ready? It's a miscellaneous item. This should be a little bit easier than what you just tackled. This is for a right-of-way variance request. So this is for property at 930 East 27th Street. This property is adjacent to East 27th Street, which is a local road, and Haskell Avenue, which at that location is classified as a principal arterial. This variance request is for the Haskell Avenue road. They have the required right-of-way width for for East 27th Street. So the principal arterials require 150 feet right-of-way width. This area was developed under previous right-of-way requirements, so it has that 100 feet. There's a variance memo in your packet which outlines the criteria. It shows that it meets those requirements, and the city engineer is also supportive of this variance. We don't have any plans to widen Haskell at this area. There is a sanitary sewer line that runs in the right-of-way, but it's very close to that eastern property line. And so rather than requiring that the right-of-way width be increased to provide some further protections if they need to do maintenance on that, they have requested a 5-foot utility easement to be added to provide some more room for those accommodations. And the applicant is supportive of that. I don't believe our applicant made it back to us tonight. Okay. So that is that kind of brief presentation on that. Staff does recommend approval of the variance requested for the minor subdivision to allow for a reduced right-of-way width of 100 feet for the portion of Haskell Avenue adjacent to the subject property. with the provision that a 5-foot permanent utility easement to be added along the Haskell Avenue right-of-way.
Thank you, Becky. Is there any public comment since there's no applicant? Doesn't look like there is. So I'll bring it back to the commission. Any discussion?
I have a question, and I apologize if I missed this or if I'm just ignorant. Is there a reason that it's on this particular item is on this part of the agenda and as opposed to just the regular agenda?
I will note that Dean is here, so the applicant is available if you have questions for them. But it is a matter of when the item comes forward, and if it's included on the legal notice, it's added as a regular agenda item. It's not required to be included on the legal notice, though. So in instances where we can't make that deadline, it gets put on as a miscellaneous item.
Got it.
And my understanding is the applicant wanted it to go late because he had another commitment. Otherwise, we'd have moved it up to the front of the meeting. But yeah,
Very good.
So yeah. Okay. Dean Grobe, do you have anything to add to what Becky just outlined?
No, I don't have anything to add. Again, it's one that you see a lot lately. It's just a matter of, getting it through. It's kind of one of those that, the infill, it doesn't always work with the infill. The subdivision regs, that are set out for new development. There's somebody that you want to take some property away and make several non-conforming situations. So other than that, I don't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion? Somebody want to? Please go ahead. Do you have the language in there, Jane?
No, I don't. I'll let somebody else make the motion.
I move we approve the variance requested for minor subdivision plat 24-1012 to allow for a reduced right-of-way width of 100 feet for the portion of Haskell Avenue adjacent to the subject property as shown on the proposed Lawrence Industrial Park Number 4 plat drawing, subject to the provision of a 5-foot permanent utility easement along the Haskell Avenue right-of-way.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in, any discussion? Sorry. Okay. All right, no discussion. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Commission. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Gabby. Thank you, Public. Thank you, Becky, Jeff. Thank you, Denny and Kurt. Thank you. Good night.
We have to
vote. Vote to adjourn the
They're
meeting.
worth about that much. This much is how much they're worth.
All in motion, you have to.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. 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 Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well done.
It's a teamwork.
Indeed.
You guys kept me awake. Thank you.